gentlemen, the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce has put together this innovating workshop as a prelude to the upcoming UKGCC Grand Challenge. So this workshop is going to afford us the opportunity to share ideas, discuss the prospects and challenges, discuss the whole innovation ecosystem, and put us on the same platform and to be at par so that when we engage ourselves in the challenge, we'll know what our objectives and expectations are. This morning, we have a wide range of activities, which includes a master class and, of course, a panel discussion to take us through everything needed for us to achieve our objective. But before we set and delve deep into the main activities, it's my pleasure to welcome, and of course, representing the Executive Director of UKGCC, please let's welcome for her opening remarks, Wolase Afachiawo, the Head of External Relations, UKGCC. A loud round of applause. Okay. So Wolase will join us, but definitely we'll have the opening remarks or the summary when she gets here. We'll rather jump straight to an address by an industry leader, and to do this for us, from Isoko, please welcome Mr. Daniel Asare Che.
All right, so thank you very much. So like I said, I'm from Isoko. I'm not too sure if anyone here knows or heard about Isoko. Can I see by hand those who have heard about Isoko? Just show of hand. Okay, I see about 4 or 5 hands. So I'm going to talk about a topic that's very interesting for me, which is understanding the prospects and challenges of Ghana's agribusiness sector and the role of ICT services. So the talk is just going to look at Right, so I'm going to be talking about challenges and opportunities in the agricultural sector, the role of ICT in agriculture modernization, and Isoko's experience in digitizing agricultural value chains in Ghana and Africa, and then some other examples of ICT use in agriculture. And I'll tell you a bit also about myself very well. Yeah, so you all know that population growth is actually something that is very, very important now and is growing very, very fast. In fact, by the turn of this century, Africa's population will said to be about 2.4 billion people, which means when you go out anywhere in the world and you meet 10 people, 4 of them will be of African descent, or will be Africans, basically. And so African population is growing. And this population boom is both a challenge and an opportunity. Now, currently, 70% of Africa's population are engaged in agriculture. If you take all the countries in Africa, 70% of us are basically engaged in agriculture-related activities, many of whom are smallholder farmers who are cultivating less than 2 hectares of farmland. So you have a farmer who is having about 2 or 3 acres of land, but then these smallholder farmers produce more than 80% of the food that is consumed on the continent. So the small farmers that you see along, when you go to your village or your hometown, you see them. Together, these people produce 80% of the food that we eat as Africans. Currently, as we speak, Africa's food market is said to be about $300 billion per year, but this number is said to be rising to $1 trillion by the year 2030. Demand for food is growing and is expected to grow even more further. Now, Ghana's population now, we are around 34 million people. According to Ghana's Ascar Service, by the year 2050, you may be anywhere between 52 million to 60 million people as Ghanaians. And all of this presents Lots of opportunities, but also lots of challenges for the agricultural sector. What this means is that just about 25 growing seasons from now, if you take 2050, you only have 25 years to 2050. In just about 25 years from now, Ghana's 4 million smallholder farmers will be producing food to meet additional 30 million people needs. And this is very, very, very important. This is very, very significant, right? So right now, we have roughly about 3-4 million smallholder farmers in the country. In the next 25 years, these people will now have to feed additional 30 million people while facing significant challenges in the agricultural production and market. The number one challenge is increased water variability and climate change, which render traditional farming systems ineffective and unproductive. Number two, there's a lot of massive information gap in the agricultural value chain. So there's a farmer who lives in a village somewhere in the north. He wants to know the price of maize or rice in Accra. There's no way this farmer can get that information. There's a huge information asymmetry that exists in the agricultural value chain. And at the same time, these farmers are supposed to be feeding more people than necessary. There's also lack of field-level insight to prevent risk and improve transparency in the agricultural value chain. And of course, demographic shift. Young people these days don't want to go into agriculture. The farm population in Ghana is aging. In fact, the average age for a typical Ghanaian farmer is about 65, between 55 to 60 years. Young people coming now, everybody wants to live in Accra or Kumasi and do other jobs, rather than stay in the village or stay in the small towns and go to the farms. And so demographic shift will lead to rapid changes in food security for the country. I'm saying this thing to you so that as you are here, you are thinking about what business ideas you can think about. These are the areas that you should be thinking about. As a young man who wants to become an entrepreneur, who wants to go into business, who wants to do anything to promote Ghana's development, these areas are challenges that require urgent solutions from young people like you here. Right. So let's see Ghana's agriculture overview. Currently, our agriculture sector is operating at just 20% capacity. 20% capacity. Our agricultural land is about 150,000 kilometers square, which is almost about 70% of the total land area in the country. But then we are only cultivating 4.7 million hectares of this land, which is also about 21% of the agricultural land. You only have about 4.8% of all this land under irrigation. All the farmlands that we have in the country are under rain-fed agricultural systems. And so, like I said, 80% of our farmers are smallholders, and the average farm size is about 3 acres across the length and breadth of this country. So that's just an overview of how our agricultural system is. And so if you really want to invest in the agricultural sector in Ghana, there are some areas that I always say that people need to be looking at more carefully. And these are, one, credit disbursement, especially through digital channels. So if you talk to any farmer in Ghana now and you ask them, what are your major challenges in terms of, just give me 2 of your major issues, they'll tell you it's credit and market. How do I get credit to finance my farm operations, and how do I sell the crops that I produce? These are the 2 major issues that affect all farmers, not only in Ghana, but also across the African continent. So then the second one is value addition and processing. All the crops that you produce in this country are sold basically in their raw forms. And there is very little value addition that takes place. I mean, if you take even agriculture, just take even all other extractive minerals you have, gold, diamond, bossa, everything. They are all, as we speak now, still being exported in their raw form. Take gold. Ghana has been mining gold for more than 300 years. For more than 300 years. Yet all the gold that we mine is still exported elsewhere. And then they take it there, refine them, bring them into jewelry, and then you go and buy them at a very, very high cost. If you go to the Western region, those who come from Western region, the Takwa and Suta areas, bauxite, and you will be surprised, you go and see huge rocks being shipped to the port to be exported in their rocks, in their just raw form. I mean, the same way in agriculture, value addition is basically very, very, very little. You don't add value to anything that you produce. And that's the area that really, really calls for significant investment in the agricultural sector. Of course, the third one is cold chain storage, transportation, and associated logistics. So if you want to go into agriculture also, look at also these areas. How do you move tomatoes from Techiman to Accra in a cold chain system? How do you move maize or rice or other agricultural produce in a way that keeps the quality, the purity, and the value of the crop without being destroyed? Now, if you look at our food imports as a country, from 2017 to now, we are importing $2.1 billion of food into the country. $2.1 billion of food. Yet we have massive potential to produce every single food that you need in this country. But yet you are producing or importing this amount of food into the country. This import base comes from what you call the 4 critical products: rice, poultry, wheat, and sugar. So this huge import bill of $2.1 billion are used basically to import these 4 items. Rice import about 700,000 metric tons per annum, costing us $1.2 billion a year in rice alone. Of course, and this consumes 60% of rice that you consume as a country. So all this, rather you consume 60% of this rice is imported from outside. Now, if you take poultry, for instance, chicken. If all the chicken that you eat, when you go to the restaurant that you eat, only 10% is produced in Ghana. The rest are all imported from all over the place. And this chicken might have been in freezers and deep freezers, some of them for 3 or 4 or 5 years before they get into the country. And yet these are the ones that yet at the same time, you have so many farmers in the country who can produce chicken for us to eat. Again, sugar. We are importing 250,000 metric tons of sugar every year. This number is said to be rising to about 550,000 by the year 2030. Just in the next 5 years, you'll be importing more sugar than what we are importing now. So these 4 areas, these 4 commodities, rice, sugar, wheat, of course, wheat for bread and those things, and then sugar are the ones that constitute our major imports when it comes to food. And these are areas, with the exception of probably wheat, the rice, poultry, and sugar can easily be produced in the country. And yet we still spend our little foreign exchange reserves to bring in these commodities into the country. But then something is changing. So agribusiness is becoming very, very important. People all over the place have seen that if you really want to change the fortunes of Africa, then agriculture is the way to go. And there's a reason for that. Remember, I said that 70% of our people are engaged in agriculture. So if you want to make any impact in people's life, what do? You target where the people are working. If you have most of your people engaged in the sector, if you really want to make any impact in that sector, what you do is to invest more in that sector where the majority of people are operating. And for that reason, agriculture and agribusiness is becoming very, very important across the world. There was a conference that was held in Dubai in 2020, and people were asked, what do you think is the most important sector to invest in Africa? And more than 61% of the people actually said agribusiness, of course, is the way to go. Now, let's talk about ICT and agriculture. How does ICT play a role in agribusiness and agricultural development? If you look at our data sources, mobile phones, everybody here has a mobile phone. I mean, I'll be very, very surprised to have anybody here who says, I don't use a mobile phone. When you were students like you guys, the mobile phones were not common. You didn't have a mobile phone. So when you want to make a call, you have to find a way to make a call your mom or dad. But now these days, mobile phone has become very, very, very common across everywhere. There's a way you can leverage on this mobile technology to modernize agriculture in the country and also anywhere that you see. So now let's look at how you can actually use that. One, we have about 650 million people in Africa who are connected to mobile technology. Again, 64% of people who are using mobile phone actually use smartphones. And this number was very, very low some 5-6 years ago. In 2020, it was about 48%. Now, 64% of all mobile phone use in Africa are smartphones. They are not the young phone that you used to have. Almost everybody has now a smartphone. And then these smartphones are able to provide internet. So wherever you are, wherever you go, your smartphone can access a whole world of information that's available to you. And in Africa, as we speak, 474 million of us now can use our mobile phone to access the internet. And this is very, very significant. Of course, there is also, this has created a lot of jobs, by the way. There's about 300,000 jobs that have been created as a result of this mobile phone evolution across the African continent. Now, in West Africa, it's really more important. There's what we call mobile money, right? And mobile money transactions alone in some places like in Kenya, in Ghana, is sometimes more than our country's GDP. So if you really want to develop any business solutions, think about how do you leverage on all these things that we are talking about here, which is based on the power of ICT to now develop solutions that are very, very rewarding, both for yourself as an entrepreneur, but also for the general economic development of the country. Now, in Ghana, something is happening. I mean, there's a very vibrant ecosystem that is developing across Ghana. So if you look at this screen here, we have a lot of agri-businesses that have set up within the last 5 or 6 years in Ghana alone. We have the likes of Agro Center, Quality Trace, Cow Tribe, Farmer Line, Trotro Tractor, Profish, Sensitive Technologies, a lot of them. These are just a few examples that I have put here. A lot of the young people that are coming now, completing schools now, no longer want to go and sit home and wait for somebody to employ them. While they are in school, they are thinking about what else can we do, what business can we do, what business idea can we, which is why programs and workshops like this are very, very important for you to be able to begin to think what can you also do as a young person who is growing up in a country like ours. So Ghana has emerged as one of the most robust and developed startup ecosystems on the African continent. We are just behind Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa. If you take these 4 countries, Ghana now is the 5th hotspot when it comes to startup development on the African continent. This is a prize to the young people that we have in the country. And the reason for this is that there's a very strong consumer and business market that is developing. There's a very sophisticated entrepreneurial talent. We have a very strong education system. That, of course, they may have challenges, but our education system is not bad compared to several other countries on the continent. And our young people are getting increasingly more educated and more smart. And that's the reason why the startup ecosystem in the country is developing fast. And so I'm very, very, very excited when I get to talk to young people like this. Don't finish school and expect somebody else to employ you. Of course, I'm not saying everybody should go into business. But you have the business idea, you have the business concept, you have the acumen, you have the passion to do this. Please, think about that carefully, because that is where a lot of value can be created for you as a person and also for the country. Now, let's talk about some industrial revolutions that happened in the world. So the world has gone through 4 major industrial revolutions throughout history. The first one happened in the year 1784, what they call the first industrial revolution. The second one was in 1879, then 1969, and then today we are in what we call the 4th industrial revolution. The reason why Africa is still where we are is because we failed to take advantage of these first 3. 1, 2, 3. We didn't take part. And for me, as a student of African history, if you go back to history, and I'm sure most of you may know, that the civilization actually began in Africa. Right? And so the human beings as you see now today, every human on earth actually began on the African continent. And then they moved. When humans evolved, when Africa, somewhere in East Africa, in the Rift Valley regions, people live basically what they call the hunter and gathering. So you wake up in the morning, you go to the forest, you look for food, for some pawpaw, mangoes, you bring it home, and then you eat. At that time, human populations were very, very low because you had to wake up and go and look for food. But then as humans began to go to the forest and they bring the food to where their camp was, you've time some of those seeds germinated. So if you bring pawpaw from the forest and then you leave some of the thing there, the next 2 or 3 years, you see a new pawpaw coming up. You bring mango, the mango coming up, made the same thing. And then people be, okay, you can actually grow this food from where our camps are. You may not necessarily need to go to the forest every day to go and hunt for this food. And that is how agriculture was domesticated. That's how agriculture began. And this began in Africa. Similarly, they brought in animals like goats, like sheep, like cattle from the wild to be where they live. And these animals coped very, very well. They adapted very, very well. And the livestock production, crop production began. With time, these people who were then living in the East African region began to move toward the Nile Valley. And then the Egyptian civilization actually came. So all the pyramids to talk about in Egypt were basically of African descent. But then, so we actually set the pace for the rest of the world to follow when it comes to the agricultural revolution. But then somehow, when these guys moved, the Europeans, people who moved to the Europe and Americas and Asians, they went to a very harsh environment. And there they have to think, they have to invent. So when they invented a lot of things and they moved into the first industrial revolution, our forefathers didn't believe in those things. And that's why today you still have our farmers using cattle and hoe to farm. When people are doing something like drones, our farmers are still using cattle and hoe. That's the more reason why we are where we are now. And I'm always passionate about this topic. If you really want to develop and catch up the rest of the world, we need to take advantage of this that we are in at the fourth industrial revolution, which is characterized by all kinds of technologies, blockchain, Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, you can name it. If you don't take advantage of this thing that is happening now, you're still going to be where we are now. Indeed, when you travel over, when I've traveled almost about 50 countries, whenever you travel and you go and see places and you come back home, you will think as if excuse me to say, you don't think as human beings. Because nothing really works. You don't have anything. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in India. Even in India, where sometimes we want to compare ourselves with them, that are India for there. Go to India and see even their road infrastructure. It's massive. And today, as we speak, you still don't have a dual carriage from Accra to Kumasi, our 2 biggest cities. For 270-kilometer distance, you'll be only for 4, 5, 6 hours. We are on that road. So sometimes you can't think about why we're still where we are. By the way, when the white people came to Africa to colonize us, before they came, there was a bit of parity in the world. Racism was never existent. People did not say that I'm black, we are white, so I'm better than you. No. Africans were, at that time, we were really well developed. Our structures were very good. But then because we sat back, and this guy now took advantage of these revolutions and then leaped forward, we now are where we are. And that's the more reason why we are still we are still very, very poor. I mean, go and see what people are thinking and what young people are doing in other parts of the world. You would think as if this country, I don't know where we are going. And the more reason why I'm talking about this is the fact that you want to take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution. And so if you're a young person here who doesn't understand what it means to be in the fourth industrial revolution, go and read about it. Go to YouTube, go to Google, just read about what we mean by that. Because that's the only way that can take us to where you want to be. If not, our children will come, our grandchildren will come, our grandchildren will come, and they'll still, because you will never catch up. The gap between Africa or Ghana and the rest of the world is almost about 1,000 years. It's almost about 1,000 years. If you are running a race where somebody is already 1,000 kilometers ahead of you, if you even run 100 meters faster, you cannot catch the person. You have to what? Jump and leap and jump before you can actually catch up. So please, let's take note of these things, and it's very, very important for me. Now, let's look at some examples of what Isoko as a company have done when it comes to ICT, agriculture, value chain, digitization. So we provide the tools that allow people to improve efficiency and transparency in the agriculture value chain. So there's what we call the M-Agriculture, Mobile for Agriculture metrics, and there are about 4 main areas. There are gateway providers, there are advisory service providers, there are supply chain providers, and financial providers. So some examples of companies that are operating there as a gateway is like what you see here. And these are people that allow you to be able to provide or communicate to people. Let's say if you want to send message to 100 million, 1 million people, these gateway providers allow you to be able to do that. Now, we have advisory services, where you use mobile technology and ICT to provide advisory services to people in the agricultural sector. And some examples of companies that operate in that sector, Isoko is in that group. There are several companies that are there. Supply chain digitization, how do you digitize the supply chain? From the farm gate to the consumer. Traceability, inventory tracking, all those issues come in that area. And of course, there's also an area of financial services where you use ICT, mobile phone to provide financial services to people in the agricultural sector. So companies like M-Pesa, Kelemo, Agro Center in Ghana, It's so cool. Farmerland is also in Ghana anyway. Actually, Farmerland was started from KNUST campus. If you don't know them. So these are example of companies that are providing, leveraging the powers of mobile phone that you have on your phones, these mobile devices, to provide all kinds of services and solutions in the agricultural sector. Now, we at Isoko, we actually solve 4 major challenges in the agricultural sector. One is supply chain inefficiencies when it comes to helping farmers to sell their crops. We have a platform that allows farmers to post their crops. Let's say you have 100 tons of maize to sell. You can just go to a platform and say that I have 100 tons of soya beans to sell. Once you post it there, all buyers who are on the platform will receive SMS notification, and they can contact you, and then the two of you can transact a business. You do what you call knowledge asymmetry. You bridge the gap between information services within the agricultural sector. You help promote visibility and traceability of supply chains, and also you also drive financial services or credit services to farmers that we have on our platform. So we also have a call center. In fact, we set up a call center in 2014, which at the time was the first modern call center for agriculture in Africa. And to date, as we speak, we've serviced more than 1.2 million farmers. So farmers can just call in and ask for any information on agriculture. If you want to know where to sell your crop, which seeds to grow, which market to sell to, you call our call center, and then our call center agents are able to assist you with information that you need. Now, you also provide a whole range of services to people with agriculture. So you do weather and seasonal forecast, where you advise farmers how the weather is going to be for today or tomorrow or the next week. And if you are in agriculture, weather is very, very important. You cannot do anything in agriculture without knowing how the weather is going to be. You do agronomic advisories. So in the past, or even now in some places, you have extension officers who will go to the communities and advise farmers on what the farmers to do. In Ghana, you have 3,000 farmers with 1 extension officer. That's the ratio, 3,000 to 1. And so if you have 3,000 farmers who want to see 1 person, it's likely that this farmer may never see an extension officer visiting their farm for the entire life. Now, what ICT services allow these farmers to be able to do is to access the same information on their mobile devices. And so you can receive SMS message or voice message on what to do on your farm. And these messages can go in their local languages. So in Ghana, you cover 50 local languages. Of course, Tree, Ghana, Ewe, Ghana, about 50 local languages are covered by our voice message service. So farmers can listen to this content, these advisory services, in their own local languages. Of course, we do market price information. So if you are here in Kumasi, you want to know the price of maize or soya bean in Tachiman, you could just test to our short code to get the price of that commodity from that market. So these are all services that we as Isoko provide to help bridge the information asymmetry in the agricultural value chain. Of course, we also provide the tools that allow people to manage their projects. So let's say you are in Kumasi, you want to manage a field-based project in the north. You don't need to go there all the time. You can sit here in the office, you divide the tools for your agents in the field, they collect all the data, digitize everything, and you can see the data coming in on your computer almost in real time. And so our services actually help in farmer profiling, tracking distribution, trading data, and everything that you are interested in knowing in the agricultural value chain. Like I said, you do market price information. So you go have agents across the country that go to the market centers every week or every day to track commodity prices. And this data, once they collect, gets to our platform, and all the subscribers on our platform can then receive that information easily on their phone. We have our guys who go to the field all the time to also interact with farmers, basically using the mobile phones that I talk about to train farmers. So the farmer will receive the message on their phone, they will not understand our guys will go in there and help them to interpret and understand whatever advice or service that have been given to them. And these are typical examples of what you provide to the farmers: market price information, buyers, if you want to sell, you are going to find a buyer, weather forecast like I talk about, of course, crop protocols, if you want to how to do particular farming activity. Like in this case, you see how much fertilizer of NPK to use for your crop. All this information are provided by leveraging the power of mobile phones that I talk about earlier on. Right. And we used about 3 main channels. So one channel that you use, of course, is SMS. So SMS is a key channel that we have been using. You do voice, like I said, the voice messaging service has been very, very instrumental in educating farmers what to do, because the voice goes in local languages. And so you receive a call and they tell you what exactly you have to do on that particular day in your farm. And of course, I talk about our call center. So our call center services also receive live calls from people who are also interested in knowing anything in agriculture. Now, we have a platform called Insight. And Insight is basically for data management, data digitization. If you want to collect any kinds of data, like if you're a student, you want to do your research, typically you develop a questionnaire, print papers, and go to the field to collect data. Now, to allow you to be able to digitize that whole questionnaire onto your phone or tablet, you go to the field, you collect your data, and as you are collecting the data comes to you in real time in your computer. So there's no point in you coming back to now do what you call data entry and data analysis. The system does everything for you much more efficiently and easily for you. Today, as you speak, you provide 4 main services. Service, like I said, digitizing service and collecting field data. Messaging service, I talk about. Content, and then we now also move into commodity and product, where we allow farmers to sell their crops physically, to have access to inputs or products that they need, or basic household products that they like, clean stoves, solar lamps, even other household equipment that the farmer or the household may need to improve their livelihood and make lives much more easier. You do a lot of GIS mapping, so you go to the field, you can actually do GIS mapping on your phone. You have tools you can go to the farm. This gentleman you see on the screen is the farmer's field, mapping the farm and tell the farmer, oh, this is about 5 or 5 acres of the land that you got. Again, these same technologies can allow you to track inputs and all of that. So let's see also other emerging ICT uses in agriculture. So you have things like supply chain demarcation or utilization. So here, you see there's a factory here that wants to know one site where to site the factory. And you have citrus farms all over the place. They want to know which area is best suited for my factory. That when I start the factory there, I'll have access to raw materials all the time. And so in this case, they do a supply chain analysis for them where we map all the farms in the area, and within a specified distance of, say, 5 or 10 kilometer radius, we are able to tell the factory that if you site a factory here, within this radius, you can source 10 metric tons of citrus every month or every year. And this kind of data is very, very important for decision-making purposes in agriculture projects and agriculture development activities across the country. Of course, in fruit drying, solar drying, ICT services can be used to automate drying parameters, drying temperature, relative humidity, everything cannot be automated with ICT-based services that are running on mobile devices in what you normally call an apps. Of course, drones. I'm sure the drones have become very, very common in agriculture. You can now use drones not only to go and kill people, but then to spray your crops, to apply fertilizer, to apply insecticides, to apply all kinds of technologies that you want to do in your farms. And then again, of course, blockchain in agriculture. If you don't know about blockchain today, please, by the time you leave here, go read about it very, very well, because blockchain technology is a key factor, a key emerging issue in the fourth industrial revolution that I talked about earlier on. Now, there's also what we call IoT. So IoT was Internet of Things. Internet of Things, let's take this as a farm. You have a tractor, you have machines, you have everything that's moved on the farm. In IoT systems, you map the position of all this equipment in the farm, and then you're able to set on your computer and then manage everything that goes on the farm. In a particular plot, let's say this plot has a nutrient deficiency. They are suffering from, say, nitrogen deficiency. You'll be able to determine that on your computer screen. Then you send the robot to go in there and apply fertilizers on that particular piece of land. This is how ICT and blockchain technology allow people to be able to do in the agricultural sector. Now, there are several more that you can actually think of. Soil moisture, nutrient testing, irrigation and water use, precision agriculture, data analytics and big data, remote sensing, animal identification systems, poultry production management, all kinds of areas that are open for ICT to be developed and leveraged for use in the agricultural sector. Yeah, so some lessons that we have learned over the years as we've been running. We've been running for the past 17 years as a SOCO. And so over these 17 years, it's not been that easy, of course. To be able to roll up any digital system for farmers, capacity building, training should be very, very important because our farmers still need a lot of hand-holding when it comes to technology. For some farmers, if you didn't receive an SMS, they don't even know that they have a message. They can't even see that there's a message on their phone. You have to go in there and tell them, oh, you have a message from about this and that and that and that. So you basically guide the person through that process. So our guys always go out to the field, use all kinds of materials and tools to train the farmers how best to understand and be able to integrate the service that we have. Now, I talk about training, also even the partners that work with us. Some of the companies that give me that work, that use our services, you still need to be able to find a way to train them for them to be able to adopt and understand digital tools and how they can manage it in their work. Of course, sometimes our guys have to sleep in the office. So if you are here, you are thinking about going into business, becoming an entrepreneur, it's not a roller, it's not a simple journey. It's hard work. You have to be able to go there, work all the odd hours, sleep in the office, do whatever you want to do, and then be able to do what you want to achieve. Of course, sometimes you have to cross rivers and boats to be able to reach farmers that you want to work with. No, does it all of this work? So that this service that we provided for farmers, does it really lead to any impact? Just a few examples. So this farmer actually found that her granite was being sold for 18 cents per kilo. But the one he knows that I can actually take my granite to another market because the price is much better there. She was able to get 90%, 500% more in the price of granite she was receiving. Of course, over some time, this farmer is now able to now get a new home for her children to be able to live a better life. And that's what we're trying to do. There have been so many studies that have been conducted on ICT for agriculture. One typical example was done by New York University, which was trying to understand whether some of these services actually work. And what they found is that, in fact, the study they did in Ghana showed that farmers who are using ICT services are actually getting 9% more in income, traders are getting 80% more in profit margins, and the rate of return on investment is actually about 200%. And this really, really is very, very important. There are several things that we need to consider. Product market fit, getting information right is required. Information is not enough. Information alone is not enough. You need to be able to do more than just information. Of course, service should include financing, transport, and buyers for the agricultural sector. And all of it. So if you really we are here, you want to understand how you can develop ICT-based for the agricultural sector, these topics here, you need to be able to go a bit more deeper into them, understand what really you can also do for the agricultural sector in Ghana. So I'm very happy that I'm here. I just want to talk a bit about myself so that you know who am I. So I basically also went to KN University here. I'm from Bekwai, which is just about 30 minutes from Kumasi. I grew up there, went to Bekwai Secondary School, came to KN University, did agricultural economics, got the first class bachelor's in 2002. And then from there, I did my national service in the Tamale in the north, worked in Kintampo, Chima areas for almost about 5 years, went to do my master's in the Netherlands, came back to Ghana, went back to Germany for my PhD, and then here I am working as a SOCO, all of that. So I've done a lot of things in the agriculture sector in Ghana. If you have really here want to talk to somebody who has a lot of experience in the agriculture sector, I will be very happy to talk to you guys as a young people who want to go into the sector. Now, these are some of the companies that we'll be working on at the Craft Frontiers, Eukarya Farms. Isoko is what I'm talking about here. Sika Fields, which is legit to be launched. And this is going to be revolutionary in the next few years for the Ghanaian farmer in the country. Because yet to be launched, we're not talk about what we are going to do exactly in that area. But of course, we have open trade and several other businesses that we are doing as for ourselves and also for the country, Ghana. So thank you very much for your attention. We're just going to end the session here. And maybe I'm not sure that there's time for Q&A, but if there is, I'll be happy to take one or two questions from the audience. Thank you for your attention.
So that's the presentation from Daniel, and it's fair to say Isoko has done a lot. In fact, if you don't take time, you may think they've solved all the problem in the agri sector, and therefore there's nothing for you to do. If you scan, you realize that there is something for you to do. So think deep. Thank you very much. So representing the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, and to address us briefly, shall we please welcome with a loud round of applause Ms. Dinah Jemfi.
Good morning to you all, distinguished guests, professors here, right? Industry leaders, entrepreneurs, innovative students of KNUST. I'm honored to be here today, especially addressing brilliant minds like you from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Our future leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs who will drive Ghana's economic transformation. As students pursue various fields of study, you are in a prime position to harness the potential of agribusiness, a sector that is not only vital to Ghana's economy, but also offers immense opportunities for innovation, investment, and job creation. The government, through Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry, is harnessing opportunities to develop Ghana's agricultural industrialization through the agribusiness policy framework. The ministry mandates its agribusiness through bringing on board innovators like you, students like you, bringing on board the youth, your innovations to make agricultural industrialization more productive and then to make agricultural transformation in Ghana work. Agriculture as a whole employs about 33% of Ghana's workforce, contributing about 20% to Ghana's GDP. However, the real game changer lies in agribusiness. That is processing, marketing, the logistics, technology-driven farming. And Ghana's agriculture sector must evolve beyond raw material production into high-value agricultural value processing and export-oriented business. In view of this, even though the agribusiness framework is still being developed, you know, the new government that came up with this policy had just come, and then so many meetings are going on to develop a very aggressive framework towards the, to make this work. GEA, Ghana Enterprise Agency, which is under the ministry, is running the HAPPY project. And what is this project about? It is to harness agricultural productivity through the youth, being run by GEA, as I said, and it is currently being piloted in Kumewu. And what is being done is the youth who are interested or innovators in agriculture are brought together and they are trained specifically on, let's say, products, agricultural produce, the whole value chain of it. You are trained, and as you are being trained, you pick on which areas you want to develop and expand and bring businesses in. And when that happens, you register. And when you register, you can win a grant to support your project. It's now expanding to Akumadan. It started in Kumewu, it's expanding to Akumadan. It's expanding to Ejura and Mampong. So in these areas, if you want to benefit from it, you have to go to these areas. You find something in the value chain you want to expand, you register as a project beneficiary, and then you can get a grant to support your project. For why students and young entrepreneurs like you why you should care about agribusiness has been elaborated on by Isoko in his brilliant presentation. So I wouldn't touch much on that. Now, let's see where students and young entrepreneurs like you can tap further into agribusiness. You need to leverage on research and innovation. Like I said earlier, the ministry wants innovators like you to bring on board very robust ideas that we can feed into the framework to make it work. And many of you here studying agriculture, food science, engineering, and business, you can create new methods for preserving farm produce. You can develop an app for linking farmers directly to urban markets, for them to find market. And these innovations are in high demand. Our previous presenter touched a lot on that. Entrepreneurship in agribusiness starts out like Agro Center that he mentioned, the Trotro Tractor, were founded by young entrepreneurs who saw problems and provided solutions, just like you are sitting here. Agri-fintech solutions, smart irrigation systems, and agri-tech startups are attractive to investors and grant funders. So if you have such brilliant ideas, you are in for great support. You do not need to start big. Just start how small, within your scope, and then you get the needed support to take you to that dream. Now, partnership and funding. KNUST has the potential to collaborate with agribusiness firms, incubators, and investors to create pilot projects and test new business models. So the government and private organizations are also offering funding and accelerated programs for agribusiness startups like yours. But it takes the right business model and determination. So, you know, there are a lot of incubators in KNUST, which MasterCard Foundation supports a lot. Sometimes they call on us to groom their students who are into startups. We have the BRC, Business Resource Centers, within the districts in the Ashanti region and even all over Ghana. We have some of them, and then some being built up as well. We have the Business Advisory Centers also, headed by the BAC heads, under GEA, Ghana Enterprise Agencies. Whatever advice you need, they have it for you. We have the SME Go funding. So when we talk of funding, currently under the Ministry of Trade and Industry being run by GEA, we have the SME Go. The SME Go is SME Growth and Opportunity Funding. And for this to happen to any of you here, your business should be classified under S, M, or E. That's small, medium, or large enterprise. And there's a definition for that, following Ghana's LI recently to classify SMEs. For small enterprises, you need to have 6 to 30 employees, between 6 and 30. That's what qualifies you for that support. For the medium enterprise, you need to have 31 to 100. And then for the large, you need to have 100 and above. So you can start small, 6 to 30. Some of you having similar ideas can come together as founders and also employees, 6 and above. And then you go and then tap into that SME Growth and Opportunity Funding. We also have the Enable Youth in Agriculture Value Chain. So in this Enable Youth, government has built some level of factories, and youth who are interested in any aspect of the value chain of agriculture, let's say picking up a produce like rice, the government has built some of the rice processes in various districts, and these youth are put together to manage such facilities. Okay, and they can be found in various areas. So if you have any ideas in the value chain, you can see the Ministry of Trade and Industry. We can work together with GEA, and Isoko is also here to support you, and then you can benefit from some of these. The Happy Project I mentioned earlier on is also taking place. So you locate the various districts that the project, like I said, the Kumewu, Mampong, Ejra, you locate those areas and then set up there, and then you can benefit. There are also plans to support farmers and farm producers with farm inputs, which are coming to help you produce. And then we have also the program of expansion of irrigation infrastructure to help you produce all year round. So you can be in the lookout and also be in collaboration with us. And then we tell you where specifically these projects are going on so that you can find yourself there and then be able to build your business. So when we talk of regulatory support, the Ghana Standards Authority, Food and Drugs Authority, I've been able to pull Food and Drugs Authority here. Madam Bridget Ofori-Yeboah, she will be here to give you a brief information on how to get your business registered. There are some prerequisites. A lot of people come complaining. We are unable to register with FDA, we are having challenges and all that, and this delays their businesses a lot. But there are certain things you need to put in place. You need to put some prerequisites in place, and then build it in that order so that your registration can be stress-free. Right from here, I'll call her to give you a brief introduction and some ideas on that. So government is also upgrading labs to perform the required tests that we could not perform earlier. Most labs in Ghana are unable to perform some required tests of some products that you export, the fresh produce, that we are even asking you to add value. And some labs are being upgraded to do this. Ghana Standards Authority and FDA are currently in harmonization, so that when you register with Ghana Standards Authority, going to register with Food and Drugs Authority will not need you to start the whole process all over again. There are some places where you could jump some steps. And then we have some GSA labs. There are some labs in the Ashanti. Formally, you should have to take your products. You'll have to fly your products or drive them to Accra, all the way to Accra. And that adds to the waiting time, which they are working on to upgrade some labs here to be able to take some of these tests for you and certify your products. Now, the road ahead, let's look at turning agriculture into wealth creation engine. Agriculture is no longer about farming, where a lot of youth hear about farming and they are so bored. It's about technology, innovation, branding, global competitiveness. And the next agribusiness billionaire in Ghana could be sitting right here, in this room right now. Whether it is through food processing, sustainable farming, digital agri-tech solutions, or even export-driven businesses, there are unlimited opportunities for students, researchers, and young entrepreneurs like you. So I encourage all of you to see agribusiness not just as a sector, but as a gold mine for innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic transformation. I look forward to engaging with you further and hearing your ideas on how you can build a globally competitive agribusiness industry in Ghana. Thank you all. So, Madam Bridget, kindly come and give them some steps to take in their statutory requirements.
Good morning to you all. So, professors, students, all protocols observed. I'm honored and I'm representing FDA. I'm here to take you through what we briefly do. And so our name, as our name suggests, Food and Drugs Authority. Because the name is Food and Drugs, mostly people think that it's just about food and drugs that we regulate. But aside the food and drugs, we also regulate cosmetics, we do household chemicals, we do medical devices, even now blood and blood products, and then the vaccines that we use. So all these things are under FDA. So before you can even get your products registered with FDA, so we use the Public Health Act 2012, Act 851. We are under the Ministry of Health. That is the act that we work with. We used to be Food and Drugs Board. We are using the PNDC law 305B. Under that law, there were a whole lot of things that we couldn't do. But now with the Act 2012, we've been empowered. That's why now we are an authority. And so we are able to do most of the things that as a board we couldn't do. So with the laws that we work with, first of all, before you can do business with FDA, your business or whatever it is you are doing has to be registered with the Registrar General's Department. So first of all, you go to the Registrar General's Department, you get your business registered, and then you come to us with a copy of your business certificate before you can start the process with us. So after you've gotten your certificate, we need to know what exactly that you are doing. And that comes in the form of writing an application. So for us, we register your products for you, and then we license your facility. So at the end of the day, you are issued with 2 certificates, one for the product and then the other for the facility. And so when you are applying in 2 folds, for the facility and then, for the facility and then for the product. And then as part of the process, as consumers see your products on the market, you, the manufacturer, will not be there. And so it is the information on your products, which comes in the form of your label, is what speaks for you. So as part of the process, you are supposed to submit your labels for us to evaluate. And then currently we are working with the LI 1541. And all the requirements, everything that you need to know, when you go onto our website, all this detailed information are on our website. So if you need more clarification, you can also visit our website and then get more information on that. So you submit your labels for us to do official evaluation and then let you know what exactly is supposed to be there, what is not supposed to be there. After you've done that, you are supposed to fill your forms. We need to know exactly what goes into your product and then your facility as well. And so that comes with filling of your forms, and then you pay your fees. Currently, depending on what you are doing, so based on the product and then your facility, your output, input and all that, you are either placed under cottage, you are either small scale, you are either medium scale or large scale. And so all these categories have various fees that you pay. So when you come, there's a dialogue with the client, and then based on the outcome, we know whether you are under cottage, you are under small, medium, large. And then for now, to some of our products, the lab, at the end of the day, you submit samples for us to test. And so the product is taken to the lab. but then the client is also allowed to also do his or her own lab. And mostly the reason behind this is that it serves as a double check for us, so that at the end of the day, we are supposed to ensure public health and safety. And so whatever it is that will help us achieve that is what we do. So, and currently, we rely on this institution for that. And so you, whoever is applying, you do your own lab, requires the products you are registering, and then FDA would also do our part. And then before the products can also be approved for the markets, we need to know where exactly the product is coming from. And so the facility is inspected based on the GMPs and then the guidelines that we work with. And so the facility is inspected. If the facility is approved, then all your documents, for now we haven't decentralized our activities. And so all your documents plus your samples that you submit at the tail end is forwarded to our head office for the product to be registered for you. And when it is registered for you, you are issued with a unique number, and it is applicable to the product. So if, assuming you are registering 10 products, each would have its own unique number, and that number is peculiar to you, the whoever is applying, and then the products. So if you have 10 products, each product will have its own registration number. So basically, for our registration process, that is what we work with. And I'll quickly take you through, I mentioned earlier that we work with, we have various guidelines and LIs that we work with. With regards to the labels that you submit, we work with LI 1541. And so when you submit the labels, according to LI 1541, then based on that, it is evaluated and is either approved or otherwise. So I'll briefly take you through the labeling requirements, what is required of you if you are supposed to design a label as pertaining to the law that we work with. And so first of all, we need to know the name of your product. And the name of the product comes in two folds. We have the brand name and then the common name, generic name. That is what is describing the product. And when you are coming up with a product name, for now, as per the guidelines that we work with, any name that has any religious connotation, it doesn't matter the religion, will not be accepted. And any name that puts your product above all other products will also not be accepted for now. So the amended guideline that we are working with, when you are coming up with the name, you have that at the back of your mind. Then we need to know the weight of your product. So the weight of your product is mandatory. It's supposed to be on the label. Your list of ingredients are supposed to be declared on your label. You need to make provisions for your date markings. So manufacturing dates, best before, expiry, however you want it. But these are mandated by law. It's supposed to be on your label. Then you are supposed to have your, even though we know we are in Ghana, there is possible that your product might find itself somewhere, and so it's mandatory that you give us the country of origin. So the country of origin is also included on your label, and then the manufacturer's complete address, so your location address, your postal address, all those details are mandatory, supposed to be on the label. If there are any directions for you, so if it's a novel product or it's something that people are supposed to know how it's supposed to be used, then that one, you put it on the label. And because we are in Ghana and our official language is English, your label is supposed to be in the English language. You can have any other language also on the label, but English is mandatory. So if you find any product on the market that does not have any English labeling on it, then outright you should know that the product has not been registered. But if it is a product that is regulated by the FDA, if you can have any other language, but English is mandatory on it. So basically, that is it for the LI we work with regards to the label, the mandatory information that you are supposed to have on the product. So I'll end here. If there are any questions, then.
Thank you very much. All right, so please let's remember we are filling the forms to indicate which of the classes we will be joining. So make sure each of you puts your name and which specific class you would want to join. when Madame Jemfi said that you are bound to be very big people in the sector, some of you were giggling. This is not about switching the phone onto yourself and trying to dance to create content. It's a serious business which will put you somewhere. So let's pay all the attention to this. We'll have a panel discussion on the theme policy as an enabler for creating an innovation-friendly environment. Our panelists are ready, but before, it's time to welcome the head of external relations representing the executive director of the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Wolase Afa-Chiao, to address us.
Good morning. Standing on existing protocol, I'll just go ahead. I know our time is fast spent. So it is a pleasure to welcome you all to this important workshop as we prepare for the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce Grand Challenge Program. The UKGCC is a member-based organization that is committed to facilitating trade and investment between Ghana and the UK. Our work is anchored by 3 pillars: networking and partnerships, advocacy, and trade services. The UKGCC Grand Challenge is a unique initiative that aims to foster innovation in agriculture and energy. It will provide a platform for entrepreneurs and industry experts to develop practical solutions to key sector challenges. Applicants will collaborate with industry leaders, academics, and key stakeholders to refine their challenge statements and align their innovations with real-world solutions. Shortlisted applicants will receive the following: firstly, mentorship and guidance from industry leaders; secondly, access to UKGCC's extensive business network. We have over 200 active businesses in our network; an opportunity to pitch for a spot in a UK roadshow, offering international exposure and investment opportunities. This initiative is part of the Sankore program, a UK government-backed effort under the West Africa Research and Innovation Hub, which supports scalable innovation in West Africa and beyond. Today's session brings together innovators, industry leaders, and key stakeholders to firstly understand the challenges and opportunities in the agriculture and energy sectors. Secondly, identify support available to turn innovative ideas to commercial solutions. And finally, to equip participants with the tools and insights needed to develop strong competitive proposals for the Grand Challenge. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that this is not just a discussion, it is a working session. So come mentally prepared for the panel discussions and all the other discussions to follow. I encourage you all to engage with one another, exchange ideas, and build valuable connections, and to also take advantage of the master classes, resources, and expert guidance available today, and also to refine your concepts and develop strong investment-ready proposals. I look forward to fruitful deliberations today and hope that groundbreaking solutions emerge from this process, as well as working together to drive innovation and growth in Ghana's agriculture and energy sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wolase. So it's time to have a panel discussion on the theme policy as an enabler for creating an innovation-friendly environment. And this is the time I'll call for your maximum attention to listen to the experts in various fields to guide you. I now have the pleasure to introduce our panelists. And first on our list is Supply Chain Lead of DEXT Technology. Please welcome Mr. Mauli Amedohu. Following Maoli is one of our distinguished professors from the Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering. Please welcome Professor Joseph Opon Akuwa. And I can tell why the applause is loud, because he is one of your own in the College of Engineering. So, from the Department of Agri-Economics, Agribusiness and Extension, please welcome Dr. Mrs. Gifty Boachiapia. And then from Ghana's TVET service, let us welcome Mr. Franklin Eshen. The last to join the team of panelists is the head of Innovations College of Engineering. Please welcome Mr. Makafui Bedra. Or maybe first, it will be fair to start with Mauli because I invited him first. Mauli, where do we usually look for new innovations? In which spaces or sectors do you think we must look out for when we talk innovations?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. The universities is one of the first places to look for innovations because the university forms the basic foundation where research is being done. And wherever research is being done, it implies that innovation is happening, or we are locating various innovations. And innovations are everywhere. In our communities, in our rural communities, indigenous innovation, things that already exist that must be improved. So in our local communities, innovations exist within there. Innovation exists everywhere. So fundamentally, these are the places. But the university forms the greatest place where innovations can be harvested, harnessed. So although innovation is everywhere, the universities form is the place where we can go to or they form the institutions that can go into those communities and harvest those innovations.
Okay.
And so the university is one of the key
Thank you.
places.
I think Prof. Akuwa would have given your answer if I had started with him because he works here. But let's try Prof. Akuwa to see if there are other places apart from the university where he thinks we can look out for when it comes to innovations.
Well, also let me say thank you for the opportunity. Indeed, as my colleague have said, innovations are everywhere. I would say innovations start from your head because even if you go to the university or go to any other place, the ideas that you want to execute have to come from someone. I mean, if you look at the presentation from the first speaker, almost all the ideas that he had mentioned, it has to be somebody dreaming those ideas before even research could be conducted to really validate whether those ideas can be called innovations, right? And so, yes, universities, our communities, indeed, there are also innovation hubs or centers that have been established across the country. Here in KNUST, for example, I'm sure Makafui may speak to the College of Engineering Innovation Center. We have the Kumasi Innovation Hub. So, I mean, if you are a student and you are very much interested to look for ideas, of course, you are here in the university as my colleague, in your department, with your supervisors or with the lecturers, in the classrooms that you have been taught, the areas that you have been taught. All those provide you avenue for you to start thinking about where can I get ideas to really implement them. I mean, I use my class as an example. Unfortunately, yesterday I had a class, third years, in what we call processing of agricultural produce. And I was happy the first presenter highlighted a lot of, the value additions that needs to be done when it comes to agricultural stuff. And I was just telling them, showing them neat fufu, TZs these days have all been packaged. You go to the shelves, you don't need to, Apra Pransa has been packaged. A lot of, dried mango chips, where did this come from? Somebody basically thought of these ideas, and then they became more like what innovations that today we see them across. So that is what I can add to what my colleague said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I mean, it's fair to understand why we are talking about the university. I mean, it's a setup which is mandated to produce and promote knowledge. So it's understandable why it's the primary source of innovation. Dr. Gifty, Apia, is there any additional information you can give us on this? Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And I would say it's a privilege on your side to also be part of a discussion like this. When we're coming up, we hardly had a forum like this where seasoned people could share their ideas with us. And so I am happy you were able to make it. And for the agribusiness students who are here, I always challenge you to think outside the box, right? Yes, and do something that will actually distinguish you and bring about the change we are looking for. So the innovation we are talking about actually starts with you. The idea starts with you. And thankfully, there are a lot of hubs and accelerators you can leverage on. In KNUST, I would want to add to what Prof. Akoria has said. There's a whole center for business development here. If you have any idea, you don't even know how to start to bring the idea to fruition, there are seasoned people there. You can always go there, knock at their doors. They are happy to help you streamline your ideas. They are happy to give you all the support you require. Even if they don't have the direct funding, they know where to direct you, so you'll be able to get the funding to bring your innovation up to contribute to the change we are looking for. So be open to such avenues. When there's a conference or there's an event like what we are having right now, there's a call, participate, come, see people, know what they have done. When Mr. Dan Asariche was presenting, he gave a lot of insights. Even if you hadn't thought beyond those boundaries, the mere presentation will open your mind to avenues like that. I am happy to also say that when I was a student at the University of Ghana pursuing my master's, Dan Asariche was then working with ACDI VOCA. And they gave us the opportunity to be engaged in the GPS technology he talked about. At that time, it was really new. We didn't have smartphones that actually supported that. But the digital devices that were available, we got to use them, we got to know the significance of it, and we knew that agriculture had taken a new turn. And so all of us got excited, and that's why maybe we are still pursuing the field of agric with all the innovations available to us. So when there's a design thinking workshop, make sure you are part. Whatever the idea is, bring it up. Let people help you shaping it. And that is where I think the change has to begin from. Thank you.
Franklin, TVET is a critical stakeholder in this whole discussion. Could you share your initial thoughts on the exact spaces where you think innovation could be sourced?
Right. Thank you very much, moderator. And good morning to everyone. I am extremely worried sitting here beside a doctor, there's a professor, and they've spoken. So now you've given me the microphone, I'm wondering what to say. But then it's good to be here, and I want to look at it from the angle where most of us are ignoring. You see, there are a lot of problems around us, a lot of things that are not going on well. If you find a way to address this by way of providing solutions in the form of products, in the form of services, definitely you have innovated. Again, we see so many things around us. We do not have to look too far away for innovations. Look at it from where you sit. Look at it from where you find yourself. Because it is through this that a lot of countries have developed. Try solving the problems around you, and that will come up, or that will produce an idea that you can build on to generate something for yourself. But then, of course, if we want institutions, we can look out for CSIR, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. So that's what I can add, especially having listened to the people around me. Thank you.
Thank you, Franklin. McAfee works with students as the manager of innovations at the College of Engineering, and directly in their lab, he's guided a lot of students, he's exposed to a lot of situations and ideas. McAfee, let's hear what you've got to tell us.
James, this is very unfair. At this point, as a typical student, my answer would be that they have said it all. I have nothing else to add to it. But thank you for the opportunity. UKGCC, we all thank you for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful event. I would like to take a little detour and let's pose a question to all of us. We are talking about innovation. It's become the buzzword. But most often than not, somewhere inside our head, we are asking ourselves, what exactly is innovation? Mauli said that we can harness innovation from communities, be it the urban, peri-urban to the rural. Franklin almost gave us the answer that it starts with identifying problems around us, be it social problems, be it environmental problems around us. And then we begin to do what? As we collect the data on it, as we observe, as we empathize, then we try to formulate problems around it. That's what the design thinking that Gifty talked about. And I always like to use practical examples. About 5 years ago, KNUST campus, there was nothing like traffic. But today, KNUST campus, between the hours of 6 and 9 a.m., don't we see traffic? True of us. When it is 2 p.m., 3 p.m., do you see how we all struggle to leave the campus? Now the question is that where is that coming from? It has become a problem for the university. When it rains heavily right now, we are experiencing flooding on campus. Last year, there was a heavy downpour in the evening, and the administration bridge, close to the IDL, it just flooded over. All faculty, those of us who were still in our offices after 6 p.m., were cut off. Some people had to sleep in the office. Now, you are seeing the problems on a daily basis. Now, the next question is that, what can we do about these social problems, about these environmental problems? And that is where, if we are able to think around it, if we are able to ideate and come up with a solution, then we have innovated. And I always maintain that innovation is not technology. Innovation is not technology. Technology can enable innovation. So for instance, if we look at the traffic coming from the Brunei Katanga area, I want to challenge you, the spatial planners, the business, come together and work on a project and propose to the university that all we need is a footbridge. We should just create a footbridge, a footpath to connect over the Wewesu River here towards Katanga, and then a bike path. And you see how short the distance is? Just across the river over here. And we just walk across. We don't need to be on the bus again to come here. Believe you me, we would have curtailed all the bus traffic coming this way. So innovation is by itself is not technology. If you are not careful, you think that when we talk of innovation challenge, we are talking about innovation, you must be looking at AI, blockchain. So that's what I will add to the discussion at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I've learned something just now. It's so easy to quickly think innovation is technology. But there's a distinction. It's just that technology is highly likely to drive innovation, if I get you right. Thank you for that clarification. And I'll take it from you to that end. With everything you've done and with your observation of the ecosystem, what will be your assessment of innovation in Ghana? How far do you think we've gone in trying to be innovative or have been?
I would say that we are making progress. But the progress, our brother Daniel said it. If as a country or as a continent, you are lagging 3,000 years to your compatriots on other continents, then our innovation, our attempt to innovate cannot take the path of incremental innovation. We have to do quantum leap innovation. But what we are doing a lot of incremental innovation. And so, by the time we are getting used to the smartphone, how the smartphone works, a new innovation comes up. As we speak today, when you even take Microsoft Office, most of us in this room, we have not even used 10% of the power of Microsoft Office. Let me even break it down. Microsoft Word. Beyond typing and printing, you cannot even do mail merge in Microsoft Word. How many of you can plot graphs and analyze graphs in Microsoft Excel? And then, whilst we are trying to get used to this, something new comes up called Office 365. So the way our ecosystem is designed, we are focusing our attention too much on the talk rather than equipping the ecosystem very well with the resources to work on mega projects. If we take the agricultural sector, where we have over 2 million households, Ghanaian households, in the agricultural space, but guess what? They are all smallholder farmers. Daniel mentioned it, between 2 to 3 acres. Now, if we challenge you now to develop, as some of you are doing, you build an agri-drone, a 1 liter or a 5 liter carrier of agri-drone, that has the capacity to service maybe 10, 20 acres at a go. And then you are going to work for smallholder farmers. But the smallholder farmers are all not aggregated at one place. If you take care in UST campus, there's a small farm here, there's some here, there's some there. And then you spend all the time, the investment, to build a technology that has the capacity to spray 100 acres at a time. And yet the farms are not aggregated at one place. Then we are not taking advantage of economies of scale. We cannot really move from the subsistence way of doing things to the large-scale way of doing things. So for the ecosystem, for the key actors, we need to begin to look at how to innovate, how to resource the innovation ecosystem to go mega. That is our only opportunity or chance to catch up, if at all, with the rest of the world.
Okay, Franklin, same question. The outlook of Ghana, if you compare to other developed countries, how well we're doing when it comes to innovation?
Okay, so, well, we are trying. We are trying very hard. And I think that the efforts we are making, much as is steady, I believe that because we don't seem to have too many or we seem to have a lot of easy ways of going about things, we are not moved too much to address the challenges around us. You see, if you look at a country like Israel, they they put so much into innovations, they put so much into developing new things all the time because of the challenges they face. You don't have land that is fertile enough. You do not have water enough to live on. You definitely would want to find a way to address these problems. Unfortunately for us, it appears that almost everything we want, we get. It comes easily. People have developed, we pick it, and we are moving on with them. If you find yourself in a situation where you are close to extinction, you are close to being taken off the surface of the earth completely, you would be pushed to do things for yourself. And that is what I think is affecting us, because most of the time, whatever we want to use, we find. And once you are finding them, you find them readily. You are not so hungry to do something for yourself. And that is what is affecting what we do here. I believe that even the environment we find ourselves in, especially the state, the leadership, and almost everything around us is more or less preventing us from doing so much to innovate, so much to address present problems, because we tend to take things for granted. And I think it has to come from the top. A lot of things would have to be done deliberately by our leaders and by us to be able to get ourselves working towards solving a lot of problems that we face and looking into the future to see how best we can move things forward for ourselves. So generally is the fact that we don't seem to be hungry, we don't seem to get the impression that we are under some challenge, or there's the need for us to survive. We feel that everything is easy and we take it as and when we get them. So generally that is what the system is.
Okay. Dr. and Mrs. Wachiapia, can we take a look at, for the innovative ideas that have come, what are the challenges we have with those when it comes to commercializing them to benefit the majority?
Okay, thank you very much. A lot of work has been done in that space. In fact, there have been forums like this and programs that actually challenge students to think innovatively and come up with solutions that will address pertinent problems. But I think for great minds that start small like that, most of the time they have the challenge with the funding. Is that not it? Because I'm thinking right now, you have that fantastic idea, but you're thinking, how do I even get to be seen that I have this idea? How do I even get the support? So I think most of the time is with the funding. But we are happy that there are certain institutions now. We are having a collaboration of UK and Ghana Chamber of Commerce come in support your innovative ideas. I think KIC is also doing very fantastic when it comes to that. Even your own SRC has a program they call Think It, Fund It, right? Yes, so you can take advantage of such platforms or such innovations and commercialize. We know that there's a challenge. But more importantly, for startups, I think sometimes the process they have to go through before they even get their products to be visible on the market and to be commercialized, most of the time it is cumbersome. And I was happy to see the rep from FDA expose some of the activities you'd have to go through before you can commercialize. It was quite lengthy, wasn't it? So if we are thinking about policy that enables brilliant minds like yours, then maybe we should be thinking about having abridged versions of these processes, or yes, cumbersome procedures, so that startups could take advantage of that and be able to do that. We could also be thinking of maybe a one-stop shop kind of policy where you can get all your permits when it comes to commercialization, your registration and everything, because they will direct you to one office to go for registration, which in itself is a whole process. After that, another for certification, another for protecting your intellectual properties. So if we could have one tailored to startups like our audience we have here, we should be able to bridge the gap, make our innovative ideas commercialized. People would come to know. They will use the ideas to enhance their operations so that at the end of the period, it will be a win-win situation for everybody.
Well, thank you. You seem to be giving us solutions to the challenges already. So we'll add to that. Prof, I'll add this to your question. Could it also be that several innovative ideas have been introduced into the system, but there is a challenge with visibility of same? So people think this has not been done, that has not been done. If it is your observation, how could we, or what systems do we put in place to provide enough visibility to all the innovative ideas we come up with?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think the first has to start with the individual knowing and understanding that before your ideas in terms of it being innovative could come out, you have to think about putting it in a form of a business. So most often, as have been said, yes, funding may be a challenge. There could be other, roadblocks. But if you are serious about your innovative ideas, looking at it in the process of commercializing it, then you have to start the process of registering it. You cannot say you have an idea and it sits on paper without anybody knowing that this is an idea that you are working on. So that is the first thing that I always say. And indeed, I've been working with a lot of students who have gone ahead to have startups. I mean, he mentioned about CESI Technologies. I mean, he was one of my, should I say, students I worked with. And before he took that project to commercialize it, we thought of how do I go through the process. And the first was to register it as a business. And I have myself looked at it and I realized that most of the times we tend to hide and not make an effort. If you sit and you don't make the effort, then your business idea can never become, commercialized. You have to go through the process of inquiring, how do I get my business out there? And that is the first step, getting it registered. So you go to the Registrar General's department, they give you a form, you fill, then they will give you a certificate of business registration. So then that's registered business with that certificate. You can then start looking at funding opportunities. Like I've been indicated, there are a lot of opportunities that are coming up, which you can easily go through those processes or those opportunities to get some support. So that is the first thing that I will say. Everybody who has an idea needs to look at it in the business context, and if you're looking at it in the business context, then you must be thinking about how do I register my business. And so that is the first thing that I would want to say with respect to any challenges that people could have, making sure that the ideas become visible. If you get this done, then it is already visible in a way, because it could be on a platform, it could be put on the internet, it could be put anywhere. So if right now you Google CESI Technologies, you realize that it's on the internet. It is because it has been registered. And therefore, he can go ahead and do whatever business that he wants to do with whatever idea that he's working with. So I think it all boils down to we as students who want to go into this space, understanding that commercialization doesn't come by itself. Somebody sitting and coming to say that I'm going to commercialize your business for you. You have to start with that first process. And I think that is very key. Go forward with that idea to register it as a business. And then any other thing could come with it. Because if you sell your idea to me and you are not careful and I go and register it, it is in my name, I've taken it. And that is what is happening in most spaces. And so for visibility, it has to start with the registering of your business, and then the others could become something that you could do.
Okay.
With. Thank you.
Mauli, so this is the scenario. The idea is up, you've registered it, it's got the brand name. Beyond that, we know the challenge of a huge budget for publicity to provide visibility. How do we manage that, or what are the ways of going around that to provide visibility to the registered product?
Thank you very much. There is also an innovation hub in the business school. Because they are our hosts, I have to say that there is a Kariska Innovation Hub. And they look at it from the supply chain perspective. And the core thing about every business is that every business is supposed to solve a problem, and a problem of who? The customer. Now, in business, normally we talk about the minimum viable product. That means that at what minimum level is your product sellable? Can somebody buy that technology at a very minimum level without complicating or finishing the whole product? So I work for Dext Technology. Dext Technology, we provide educational tools for basic students. Now, let me walk you through some of our process. Two young men, engineering students, KNUST. One young man realized that, no, they went for a workshop to train students on science. Then they realized that, no, we need to develop a tool that is small enough to help students at the basic level learn science. So how do we do it? So they came up with a very, if you see the first prototype, you wonder. But then they sent it to sell it to somebody. So the first thing is to get customers. Because if you don't have somebody willing to pay for the idea that you have, no matter how small it is, so they sent it around, and then somebody said, wow, this is a very innovative idea. Give me 600 of that, right? Now, they don't have the funding. They don't have anything, Then they had to, okay, you want 600. Give me some funding so that I can start with it. And then they got the funding, initial funding, and then they started with it. Now, visibility. They are engineers. So there is the Ghana Institute of Engineers Association. Every year they organize events. And so they had these events, awards and all that. They proceeded to put that their innovation to the award. So they sent it for the award and they won. It created what? Visibility. Now, from there are so many institutions. The Africa Prize, which is organized by the Royal Academy of Engineers, the UK, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, the US. Now, these ideas, they made it visible in those spaces. They made sure that they applied for those challenges. Now, the beautiful thing is that after they had applied for the Royal Academy of Engineers, CECITEC did it, SATEC did it, and all of them, all from this KNUST, they got the Royal Academy, they got all of those, creating that visibility. Once they saw that, BBC saw it, CNN saw it, and then they came to do a documentary. That's big visibility, right? And then from there, they started, producing for various schools and individuals, right? And so the major thing is that you can also get visibility by applying for the UKGCC challenge. It will give you visibility because the key thing about this challenge is that you will be sent to the UK, right? If your ideas are chosen, you'll be sent to the UK. Your ideas will be posted online. And all these things are what? Validation for your ideas. So all these institutions validate your ideas, and that gives you greater visibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I'll start with Gifty in the middle on this. Having had an appreciation of the challenges that confront innovators, what would you propose to the government on interventions, practical intervention they should put in place to make the sector grow?
Thank you very much. I even started providing some interventions in my earlier submission. And I would want to always run to the basis of it, which is policy. Okay, we need to be intentional. If we really think that agric is the backbone of the economy, like we say all the time. Okay, if we think agric and energy sectors are supposed to drive the change we are looking for, then we really need to be intentional about helping young minds commercialize their ideas, innovative ideas. All right. And so, in addition to supporting them with funds, I think we should also find a way of helping them ease their businesses. And like I have already hinted, when it comes to the registrations, acquiring certification, FDA, you have a very huge task when it comes to this. So my one-stop shop thing I was talking about, I think really has to be considered to ease the burden on the young minds so they would be able to think outside the box and innovate. Again, most of the time they are consumed by taxes. Huge taxes when you are starting up a business can drown your business before you even begin. So if there are certain tax incentives or tax reliefs to startups, I am sure they would be encouraged to start with the little they have before the funding is even made available to them. So policy-wise, government needs to be very intentional about coming up with abridged versions of procedures one would have to go through before a business comes into being, and also look at ways we can ease the burden on them. If we cannot give them funds, at least we should ease the burdens on them. Like the Akan adage that goes like this: when you be say and some born a chrono, right? Okay, so if they are interested in bringing the ideas up, we should ease the burden on them so they would be productive at what they are doing. Okay, so we should also, the innovation should also be driven by what is available in the market. You do not just have to get up and do anything you want. It should be informed, and it has to be directly linked to the market, so that when it gets to the point that we want to commercialize, there will be somebody available to buy. Okay, so you always have to think about producing something that will sell. Okay, not just pushing your product down the throats of anybody. So if there's that regulatory framework, regulatory feasibility that will allow the young guys to also thrive, I think it would do us a lot of good as a nation. Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much. Just like the betting tax was removed, or is in the process of being removed, it has been, right? We should take steps to also try to remove some taxes that hinder the progress of innovation. Okay, so still on the same question, government policies or government interventions that you think should be put in place, Franklin.
Okay, so I want to look at it from the very basic level. How is our education system enabling innovations? So I think, and I don't know, Doc, Prof, pardon me, I don't know if things have changed. When I was a young man, you go to school. I'm a young man. I'm no more a young man. All right. So you go to school. What people have written, the theories people have, are what you need to read and respond to when it comes to assessment. How well are we working on this to see that our education is such that students, when they go through their education, learn their theories, they are able to use that to solve problems rather than reproducing what a lecturer has put together or what somebody has written. If we are able to look at our education system from that direction, then of course we are already creating people or young minds who will be driven towards solving problems. But again, apart from policies, we need to look at systems that will give our young people some motivation to go into ideating and setting up their own businesses. You see, and I want to use the Israeli model again. They have an authority set up for innovations. The authority exists to help students or young people who have ideas to group collaborate. They support them with the infrastructure, they support them with the funding, they support them with everything they need to be able to generate the ideas, build it up, and then run with it. What are we doing as a country? We do not have systems, even our policies, especially in the agri sector. In the last session we had in Accra, the issue of land tenure is a whole problem. What do we need to do to break these barriers or bridge the gaps to enable young minds who have ideas to grow? And a lot of things would have to be done in that direction. If it's funding they need, let's put that in place. Even the publicity, where do we go to? Where do young people go to if they have ideas they want to build on it? There are a lot of things that are happening in the system that we don't know. There's no publicity. So government would have to be intentional, just as Doc has said. If that is what we need, and we know we need that, then let's put our monies where our mouth is. It's very important. We can only grow this economy, we can only grow this country if more people are setting up, coming up with very beautiful ideas that can be commercialized. We need to find ways of bringing them together, letting them know where to go, where to start from, and be able to build up from there. That's what I think we should be doing.
I'm going to make a bold statement on the basis that I was once told by a former, then a sitting president, now a former president of the Republic, that I must be a citizen and not a spectator. So I'll speak as a citizen. And hopefully when I'm done, maybe the National Investigation Bureau, they will come and pick me up. I'm just going to give you a small list. Our colleagues from the Ministry of Trade are here. Tivet, you are here. In Ghana, we have the National Youth Development Policy. We have the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. We have the Ghana Enterprises Agency. We have the Youth Enterprises Agency. We have the what? Then, when it comes to rural enterprise development, we have the Business Advisory Center. We have the Business Resource Center. We have the Technology Solution Center. Now, NDC, they've just come into power. They are now setting up Job Creation Center. And we are currently developing a new bill on national innovation and startup. The draft has been done. This country, we have too many disjointed policies where innovation, entrepreneurship, and youth development is concerned. It is not an issue about policy. It has to, how do we harmonize all these policies into one policy towards what? Youth development and sustainable job creation through innovation and entrepreneurship. Until we do that, the issue is not about policy. How do we harmonize all these policies into one and have a clear direction? Every government comes and every ministry, once they get some funding somewhere, then they set up something. Technology Solutions Center, we got the funding from the Africa Development Bank, 6 million cedis. During the last government, we set up a fantastic innovation center in the Hokwe district. It was under lock and key for over 5 years. Recently, they've started operationalizing it. So until we get serious as a nation, as Daniel said, we are not going to go anywhere. It is not the policies. It is about our will to even implement what we currently have. NIB, please, you can come and pick me up. Thank you very much.
Like digital innovations. And we know that innovation could be product, process, functional, technology-wise. So if you have an innovation that is product-related, then where do you take it? Okay? And so them taking the innovation bit to communications, then it looks like we are leaving innovation hanging. Another classical example is the new ministry that has been set up, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Agribusiness. Okay? agribusiness has been attached to trade and industry. Fine, I know that there's trade in agribusiness, all right, but agribusiness has its foundation in agriculture. So if it's the Ministry of Food and Agriculture with agribusiness, then we know that all resources are geared towards maybe enhancing procedures still within the agricultural chain or agri-food chain. So then resources that are maybe allocated to the Ministry of Trade and agribusiness, then there's a conflict between where priority should be given. But then if agribusiness is still within agriculture, it's all encompassing. After all, we are asking everybody to see agriculture with a spectacle of business. Is that not it? Yes, so the misalignment sometimes creates a lot of confusion. So if you are talking about policy, then most of the time they should be looked at in its wholeness. Okay, and they should be targeted and focused to achieve the objectives we are looking at. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. I believe we are just about wrapping up. Final statement from Mauli.
What I want to say is that policies exist already. It is about action. And action is about getting to the customer, the consumer. Because for every business or for every country, there is what we call the supply chain. Now, every country is looking at getting to who will finally get my product. That's why we see all the China malls around. Because in the long run, who will get my product? So countries are building supply chains. And so for you as an individual, the consumer or the customer should be your key focus. Who is going to consume whatever product I'm going to design, or whatever product I'm going to bring out? Who is going to consume it? Is it the individual? Is it the institution? And how do I get them to accept those products that I'm designing? And so, thank you very much. I believe that take advantage of the UKGCC when they open the application, so that you begin to get the visibility and all the things that are needed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists are very distinguished personalities who are in the space. They themselves have these are people, who are in the space and really feel what you feel. So we can only thank them. We'll say thank you to Mauli, Professor Akowa, Dr. and Mrs. Gifty, Boachiapia. We thank Franklin and Makafui. What we'll do is that we'll delve into a general question and answer session now. I will give off my seat and welcome Mr. Julian Owusu of Build to take my seat as I coordinate the questions for them to answer. And we'll also have, of course, Daniel Asariche also being one of the people who will take up questions and answer. So for everything we have heard today, from this panel discussion and all the presentations, if any of you has a question, all you do is to raise your hand. We'll bring the microphone. If it doesn't work, you still go ahead and ask the question, and they will be ready to give you the answer. So please, let's welcome Julian Owusu of Build joining us here. So, don't worry. Question time. Anybody with a question, just raise your hand. I will just give you the opportunity. You rise, you mention your name, you ask your question, and we determine who answers. So you are the first. Please go ahead.
Empty. And when it is raining, the farmers have to gather their rice. And you realize that they produce more rice, but at the end, they lost their rice. Instead of having these warehouses in the farming site for use, they don't have it there. So after getting this data, how do we make sure that the policymakers at the top use these data? Because I realize we always talk about the great minds most times. But if we don't take an action that ensures that these ideas are implemented at the top. We will continue to present these ideas over years, and we'll have our problem. So as our leaders or who are in front of us now, how do you make these informations, data count in policy making in order to progress
so if I get you right, your question is on proper siting of warehouses. Is that it?
Yeah,
to
not
deal
just
with
the proper siting, but the policies or the ideas we have now.
Okay.
How do we make it reach the top and work over there?
All right. Thank you very much. Before we take the answer, I will give the microphone to Julian quickly, just briefly, to tell us about himself, and then he joins the panel to answer the questions.
Thank you very much. I think, okay, the mic is working. I'm not going to mention policy because I think my mic will go off. We run a company called, our business is called Build the Company. And the reason why we named the company that is we are a transformation company. So what we do is we help traditional businesses become digital. So we build products for them, and we also build products for ourselves. In our approach to building products for ourselves, when we first started the business, we were raising capital from investors, and that whole process was just long. The market changed, and we had to change. We had to pivot. So when we decided to build products for ourselves, we decided that the future of tech, because we are a technology company, is rooted into communities. Groups of people. So instead of us building the products first, we started building the communities first, asking them questions, and then building the products for them. I hope that makes sense. So instead of us going for 1 million customers, 2 million customers, we decided that we wanted to build products for 5,000 people, 10,000 people. And if we went with the approach that we went with, they would all pay. And that was our hypothesis. And since then, it has worked. Every time we launch a product, because we've gone with community first, everybody pays from the beginning. And I think this is the future. And so that's what we've been doing. So some of you may have seen some of our products on the market, Zuberi, Point, and some other things. All of those products were built with community first and then product second. So that's what we do. And we believe that a lot's happening. And I think for everybody in here, who saw yesterday what happened, ChatGPT's new update? Did anybody see that? Yeah? Designer, is there any designers in the room? Yeah, you're in trouble. So you see that things are moving quite quickly, but with the introduction of AI, it doesn't mean that there's going to be no jobs. It just means that there's going to be new jobs. And I think everybody in this room needs to be really, really studying on what's happening with AI and the changes that's happening with AI. So yeah, that's what we do at Build the Company.
Okay, thank you very much, Julian. So I think we will pick 2 more questions. Then the questions become 3. We throw them, and then they answer all. So the lady. Sorry, the lady. So you give the microphone to the lady. When she is done, we get back to you. Please go ahead with your question.
All right, thank you. Please, I wanted to ask, with the registration, as students, let's say we don't have the funds to start, but we start with the little capital that we have. Let's say I'm done with the product and I want to register. Can I start selling the product for some time to get some fund before going on with the registration? Because sometimes after getting the product, for people to even know about it is very difficult. Yes, so sometimes you can advertise, tell people that, oh, this is what I'm doing, but it's not into the market. But people are aware of it before registering. Is that advisable, or right after doing the product, you have to register it because the funds is not coming?
All right. Thank you very much. I think that question is like the Galamsey situation. People are giving prospecting licenses, and by the time you realize that prospecting license is used to finish the whole work on site, but it will be answered. So one more question, and then we throw the question to... Yes, so go ahead, please.
Okay, my question is on our educational system. Since most of the panelists are stakeholders in education, I do believe that education creates a conducive environment for innovation. So my question is, do you think that our educational system has created the right environment for innovation? And if no, what is our educational system lacking to create that environment for innovation?
Okay, so we'll take the answers from the last question. And who takes the educational one? Is it Prof? You want to take it? Okay, let's hear your answer on that, then probably we'll go to.
I'll take this question. I'm not a teacher. My wife is a teacher, and I've got 3 teachers in my family. So I'll just say that first. I think, and it's no fault of any institution around the world, technology is running faster than anything and anyone. And it's impossible for a lecturer to teach you what you need to know today. I think, like I just said, I gave you one example of what happened yesterday. Next week there'll be another example. And it's just impossible for it to be part of the curriculum. So I think you need what your lecturers are teaching you, you need it, because it gives you that critical thinking, that understanding of things. But in the world we live in today, every student in here needs to be doing additional learning. You need to be studying. You've got YouTube, you've got books online, you've got people sharing their journeys. You need to be soaking yourself with information because it's so important. It's just moving too fast. So if you say that, okay, I'm at university, so I'm just going to listen to my lecturer, and you're going to be way behind. By the time you finish in 3 years, 4 years, the world will be ahead of you. So I think it's very important that you apply yourself outside of your classes. And I understand that that's very difficult because you've got a lot of work to do, but you need to find a way, instead of just being on TikTok, watching dancing and watching, you need to watch other things. It's super important. So that's what I would say to you. If you apply what you learn online with what your lecturers are teaching you, you'll be fine.
Okay, so let's take the microphone there. There is also a question of, after having given all these proposals, especially with policy, how do we take it up there for those with the political power to get them implemented? There is a question like that. So if we can answer that.
I want to add a little to what he said, but then I will touch on the lady's question as well. So I think that a lot should be done within our education space. I am more interested in the idea that our assessment instruments should be looked at. We can think about all the theories, we can talk about all of them, but then most of them don't work when you get to the ground. So then, is it possible for us to look at rather giving students problem-solving issues and real-life problem-solving issues to look at rather than reproducing what has been taught? That is what I think we should do within our education space, because it's the only way by which we can solve problems, and out of solving them, we can come up with ideas that can become startups. So that is the aspect of our education I mentioned earlier that we need to look at critically, because we are reproducing what Einstein has said. We are reproducing what some philosophers have talked about, some entrepreneurs have talked about, and today we have entrepreneurial teachers or lecturers who themselves haven't started any business, and they are teaching entrepreneurship. What are they teaching? So let's look at it critically. That's the aspect of our education we need to look at. But then for your business, I'm sure there's someone here who can talk about the issue of whether registration should come first or production should start before registration. Honestly, if we are working with the rules, definitely your registration would have to be done, and certain other documentations or processes gone through before you start producing. But you talk about publicity, advertising. Today you have a phone. I'm sure when you go onto your WhatsApp page, you want to do videos and posts. You have a product. Why don't you advertise it on your social media platform? Why don't you put it on YouTube? There are a lot of ways by which you can advertise your product without going to the mainstream media. So it shouldn't be a problem. That is what I want to say for that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll pick the last comment on it. But for the lady, I was going to invite Diana Jamfi on that, because you wanted to know that after producing, you may want to sell a bit to make the money to register. I don't think we need to even call her. in the registration process, there are concerns about what people are going to consume, the standardization. So there is no point that you have no business selling anything to anybody when it's not being certified with the excuse that you want to raise some money. And so let's not do that to get ourselves in trouble. Go through the registration process, finish, and then sell.
I mean, you don't want to get into the grips of the laws, right? Because you don't want to do anything that when they come after you, you will not have any basis to justify why you did that. So don't just go ahead and start, saying that from my perspective, I think I have produced a product and I just want to get it out because I need money. Understand the processes, of course, the registration, how much will it cost. When you get to know some of them, you may be surprised that probably what you may think that it may be too expensive. And of course, I've said that if you're not careful, when you start bringing a product out and it's not registered, somebody picks it and go and register. I mean, you cannot go and have any legal issues with somebody who has the certificate that shows that this is what I have for to register the product for. A bit on the educational aspect, of course, you can't build your house on straw. What we give to the students is to have that foundational understanding of what you want to go into, the science behind it. And I use where my expertise is in as an example. I ask students, why do I want to harvest a maize at 20% moisture content and bring it to 12% moisture content? What is the rationale behind why that needs to be done? If I don't tell you the theory, and then you just jump in without understanding the theory behind it, then you'll be missing a point. And so research to support whatever you are doing is key. And so that is why you have most established businesses having a research unit, because they need to be able to always constantly understand why they are doing certain things. If you go to Nestle, if you go to many companies, they'll always have a research unit. And why do they do those things? Is to make sure that whatever they are doing is supported and it's based on science. And so indeed, our educational system, of course, we are evolving, as have been said. We cannot do things that were done in the 1970s, but the theories are important. We need to add to that in terms of creating the space where students can explore their ideas. Students can, ensure that their innovative ideas can be worked on. And those are what, I mean, if you go to most universities today, they are doing, creating that space so as students can, build on their ideas. So I should say, yes, there's room, but indeed, as for the theories, it is very important because you need to understand the science behind whatever you do. The question on the political angle in terms of the data and the information, I think that is something that obviously when you want that, there's, for example, if you go to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, they have a whole database where you can easily get whatever information that you need to help you in terms of the decisions that you want to put across whatever that you are doing in terms of your business. So the data, the information is key. As to how it gets to government, it has to do with how you package it. I think our brother Dan had mentioned about platforms that they are using. The information is available. It is to you to tap into that information, to tap into that database, and then you can utilize it. You use the rice as an example. So if we are in a community, you are producing rice, why should a warehouse be at a certain place? You also have to talk about it in the logistical framework. If you put the warehouse there and you are not doing any processing value addition there, how do you get the products, into the communities where the people need it? And so you always have to look at it, in that perspective, and not just think that, oh, I have to just do this because I think it is convenient or I think it is how I want to go about it.
All right, Thank you. Next set of 3 questions. So you want to register on credit, right? Okay. All right, thank you. I think they will deal with that. Next question. So the lady, yes. Okay. So last question. Okay, since you seized the microphone, go ahead.
My name is Alexandra. So my question is on the aspect of capitalization and visibility. Is it possible that new startups are being merged with already existing businesses so that it doesn't necessarily kill the startup to a point where they don't have enough resources or facilities to like continue to fund them to whichever extent they want to get to? That's my question.
Did we get the question right? Her question? Okay, so thank you. So I'll start with our rep from FDA, is it? To let us know if there are facilities at their end to help the young people register on credit.
Okay, so now there's a system in place. We have something called Progressive Licensing Scheme. The government, in collaboration with Ghana Enterprise Agency, is giving out free registration. And so we give it for startups. If you go to any GEA office and you get an introductory letter and you bring it to any office of FDA, your products will be registered for you for free for now.
Okay, please come back. I hear there is a follow-up question.
But this is where my challenge is. Nobody knows this, or if people know it, where exactly have you put this out? That is a struggle, and I am a government. Yes, I'm in the public sector, so I know what the challenge is. But indeed, this is very good. Who knows it? Please.
Okay, so when I initially gave my presentation, I talked about all information on our website. If you go onto our website, this is there. And then we also offer a lot of public education, like I'm here doing now. So mostly when we go out, we talk about these things. And then when you are also informed and you also go out, you also let others know. So for now, that is how we are.
Okay, so go to their website. The opportunity is there. And don't go there holding an iPhone, because that means you have money. So let's answer the two questions. One is answered. Let's go to the two questions.
Let me just a quick one on the what is in for those who are physically
Disabled.
challenged
Yes.
to do things differently for us. Okay, so I'll tie that in with the policy mainstreaming I have been talking about. And I was happy to see that a lot of people who were challenged, especially in the business school when SRC was doing Think It Funded. I was privileged to be part of the panel, and I saw a lot of them coming up with their innovative ideas. So I think that is the starting point. Now they have made us aware that they are interested in innovating, especially in the agric and energy sector. And so when we get a policy that is geared towards addressing their specific needs and challenges, the bottlenecks when it comes to them actually taking their innovations up or upgrading, then that can be looked at. All right, so from this forum, I think it will be one of the fallouts. If there's a non-existent one right now, I think it will be taken up so that we get a policy that helps them in their operations. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else answering?
Yes.
Another question.
Hello.
Put it on.
Okay. Okay. Let me touch on the absorption, and with every business there is a supply chain, right? So you can be absorbed downstream or upstream, and then you can be absorbed by your competitor, right? So when I say being absorbed upstream, that means that your suppliers, when they see that your product is good, you are doing a great product, they can then say that, okay, because you are doing something really good, we can support you, we can acquire you, we can invest in you, right, as an organization. So that is one way of looking at it. Then your customers, it's all about power within the supply chain. There are organizations that are very powerful, and your company is just a small company. And so you can leverage on their power they will acquire you one way or the other. For our organization, Dex Technology, and when it comes to the supply end of things, because we are always buying from our suppliers trust us, from China. You can imagine that they trust us to the extent that they will give us products on credit over a period of time for us to pay, and that's the level of trust that the Chinese company have for us, right? And so leveraging on the supply chain partners, right? So you may start a product, the supply chain partner has the raw material for your product. He will give you the product for free for a certain percentage of your company. All those acquisition things, you can go into those agreements, and that can work for you as a company. Or a big player just comes to acquire you, and that means that you have to build your business to a certain level, and then they can acquire your business also. So Those are the ways.
All right, so we'll go for our last set of 3 questions, and even when we are done, they are still available to help you out on some that you couldn't ask on the floor.
Let me just make a little contribution before the questions come in, please.
Go ahead.
It has to border on this whole issue of funding, resource support for innovators and startups, because it keeps coming up. Registering businesses and all that. We are all familiar with the saying that for lack of knowledge, my people perish. How many of you have ever accessed the KNUST website before? How many of you have logged onto the knust.edu.gh website before? You see, just about 10 out of a room of about 100. Julian said something here, very important, that today, learning is no longer teacher-centered. Learning is you, the learner-centered. In this university, the innovation ecosystem that we have, Gifty talked about the Center for Business Development, which houses the World Bank Innovation Center and Business Incubator. At our Greek, they have a strong partnership with Cosmos Innovation Center. So they have their Greek Innovation Lab there. Business School, we have the Kariska Innovation Lab on supply chain, not only in Ghana, Africa. College of Engineering, we have the Innovation Center. Now, all these innovation centers and business incubators, how many of you have ever walked in there or even know about it? Those of you in business school, how many of you even know Kariska Innovation Lab? To enter, to know the sort of support and funding that is available to support you. College of Engineering, late last year, the provost called me and said, Makafu, this year, the task I'm giving you is that find me 10 startups in KNUST, not only in engineering. I have 2.5 million cedis available at the college level. March is ended. I've not found one yet. Just 2 days ago, Regional Transport, the World Bank Regional Transport Project, the director called me. Makafu, we have $20,000 to give to 5 startups. At least $4,000 each. Find me 5. I'm cracking my head. Do you get what we are saying? So don't be under the assumption that the university that you are in, the opportunities, funding, business, anything that you need is not here. You are just not curious enough. The lady who talked about disability, very good area, social inclusivity, social science, business school. You take your bus terminal is here. Directly opposite you, Center for Disability Studies. You see the signage. You see, she has this look on her face. She doesn't know that the Center for Disability Studies of the university is just across the street from business school, where you take your bus every day. Have you gone in there to know the support they have for innovators who are focused on disabilities or the disabled? So please get curious, as Julian said. Look around. Go to your HOD's offices. Go to the dean's office. Ask them, what do we have in this faculty to support innovation, to support startup development? And you'll be amazed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we've gone far beyond our time. I know you have a lot of questions. The good thing is that they are still part of the program. Let us engage them when we are done and have all the answers. Because we have to move to the next item. I'd like to say thank you to Mauli, Prof. Akowa, Gifty, thank you for coming, Franklin, McCaffrey, and then Julian, who joined later. We are grateful. Please take your seat. A loud round of applause to them, ladies and gentlemen. So,
leaves, people also use it as tea. They boil it and take it. It's helped them to reduce bloating and a whole lot of stuff. So my main reason for improving this sorghum leaves is because of the improper handling in the market and also the waste that comes with it when the sorghum is being harvested. So I decided that to solve this problem, we'll go to the farmers who plant these sorghum leaves and harvest it when it's still at its green stage, because when it's green, you get more nutrients. The nutrients are still intact when it's green. And also, when we go to the farmers and buy it from them, they'll also get some capital to add up to the farming practices that they are doing. So after harvesting this green sorghum leaves from them, what next? It needs to be processed, because if you keep green leaves there for a longer time, very soon it starts to get moldy and it gets spoiled. So why don't we process this into a proper product that will come into the market very soon? So you can harvest this green leaves, wash it very well with salt water, add bicarbonate of soda, dehydrate it or dry it with the sun, and later grind it into powder. Talking of the packaging, you can use the tea bags. When you look at lip tea, it has some bag that when you put it in water, it just dissolves. And also one challenge that people face is after preparing the wache, when you are eating, you find these leaves inside the food. And we are trying to avoid that. So after packaging it, you pick it, you put your water on fire, you just put the tea bag, which contains the sorghum leaves inside, and after it boils, you get the color that you want to be able to prepare your food. And by so doing, we will be able to save the stress from farmers after harvesting the sorghum leaves, the leaves being a waste, and it will give them some income. Also making the wache leaves that we take in more safe for consumption, and also making it innovative and more branded in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your idea is perfect. I like it. All right. So advice I'll give to everybody, you're first, so I'll give it to you, is I guess your style of pitching. So when you are pitching to investors, you have to remember, or pitching to anybody, right? You have to remember that they don't have enough time, and they've probably heard 100 different pitches in the same day. Yeah. So you need to go straight to the point and quickly tell them what the problem is, what the solution is, and what type of traction, where you are in the process of solving that solution. And then number 4, what you are asking for. Go straight to the point. So in her case, sorghum leaves. Is that what it's called? Sorghum leaves. If I was pitching her idea, I would have said, In the world today, there are over 700 tons of sodom leaves which are wasted every single year due to blah, 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 blah. The solution I have done is I've taken these sodom leaves, I've refined them, and we are now producing a tea. And the tea has XYZ benefits. I think there's a whole new market for these new teas, right? And as an investor, I'm looking for, what I've done so far is I've done a test with my colleagues at university. I've sold 500 bags, and I've also given away 200 bags. What I'm looking for is $100,000 to make this a proper product. Done. Yeah? The idea is perfect. We just need to work on the pitch. But I think well done for thinking about that, because I never even thought about it. I think it's a perfect idea.
All right. I think he said it so fast. I would like you to just slow down a little bit, and then I saw some people taking notes. So the key point is, we may not take all the pitches, so we want to make sure that the key points are known.
Sure. Thank you. I'll speak to everybody. So when you are pitching to investors, right, they listen to people so many times. 100 people will get to them every single day. They're listening. So you have to basically be remembered. And you have to say your idea quickly. Does that make sense? Not rushing, but quickly. You go straight to the point. So number one, what's the problem that you are solving? So you quickly say the problem. And when you're telling the problem, you are telling a story. You're telling a story. So you can say, in the world today, blah, 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 and all of these sodom leaves are being wasted every single day. We see them on the road, we see them here, they're hurting the planet, and blah, 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 blah. What I am doing, the solution, is I am taking those leaves, I am refining them, and I'm making them into teas and other products. I'm creating a whole new range, a whole new market, which I think will be a multi-million-dollar market that hasn't been created, because people are currently not using these leaves to do this tea. I've said the solution clearly. So as an investor, when I'm listening, I'm thinking, oh, I've seen these leaves as well on the road. I've seen them. I see them all the time. Wache, yes, I've seen those leaves, right? So you've painted a picture in the investor's head. And the solution, oh, okay, I think tea. People are selling tea already. I think tea can sell. You said how big the market is. Oh, it's a multi-million-dollar market. Interesting. So if I give you money, there's a potential that if you do this well, this will become a multi-million-dollar business. And then you can say what you've done so far. You saying what you have done so far, again, to an investor, you are telling me that you have started building your dream already. There's nothing worse than asking somebody for money when you haven't started yourself. What you are telling me is, I need you to give me your money to build my dream. That's what you are telling people. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand? If you don't understand, let me know. I'll repeat it again. Is there any part you don't understand? Yeah? Okay, cool.
Good afternoon. I'm in the person of Aram, and he's Meshach. And our team name is Ecofy. So Ecofy Designs.
Okay, so in Ghana here, okay, first of all, I want to ask a question. When you guys hear about rice husks and coconut shells, what comes into your mind? A quick question. Okay, for we Team Ecofy Designs, when you hear those things, as well as plastic waste, what comes into our mind is furniture. I'm sure you don't get it, so let me continue. In Ghana here, about 2.3 million students here do not have a permanent sitting place in their classrooms. And as a student teacher, or someone's going to be a teacher very soon, that saddens me. So we've thought about the idea of creating a furniture by using agricultural waste like rice husks, coconut shells, and adding plastic waste to create wood plastic composite, WPC, which is very doable, hard, and sustainably conscious, which can be quite affordable and durable, resistant to pests, and also deters. If you who have gone through the government school system in Ghana here? Can I see has someone who has gone through the JSS? Okay, you see. So if you have been through the government school system, you know that they steal our chairs to create firewood, to use it as a source of fuel. Our product is unsustainable. It's not suitable for those things. So it actually helps the students. Plus, we also use screws, which prevents hurts, like exposed nails, which hurts the students. It's very, very eco-friendly, durable, and trust me, when we are able to execute this perfectly, the profit margins would be huge because most of our raw materials are practically free. The profit margins on this would be quite substantial. So we are at the prototyping stage, and generally we are receiving feedbacks, good feedbacks from international organizations in Ghana here. So we took this chance, we want to take this chance to share our business and gain confidence while also pitching. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Questions. Okay. You just said the profit margins are huge. What are the numbers? Yeah, it's fine. You don't have the numbers. It's fine. I'm just asking. It's a hypothetical question. You want me to give you my money? I need to know the numbers. Yeah? I want to know now. I've got 2 minutes. I want to know right now. Nah, listen, what he just said if he says the numbers, it may encourage some competitors in this room to steal his idea. Nobody's going to steal your idea, right? To build anything, any business, is hard, right? It's not that easy. It's not that easy for people to just steal your idea, right? So we need to stop that thing, oh, I'm not going to say anything because somebody will, no. You need to speak. You need to tell people your idea. You don't know who is going to give you money. You don't know where the opportunity is coming from. You need to know your numbers, right? I'm not getting at you. I'm just saying, prepare yourself. This is not a real pitch. We're practicing, right? The money is not here. It's somewhere else, right? So we're practicing. So yeah, know your numbers. But I think it was clear. You said what you had to say. I think it's a good product, and I think you can do well. Yeah. They said they're in the product development phase. Yeah.
You are in the product development stage. So that means that you have done the research and all that. So do you have a prototype? So there's nothing. It's just the idea that has trickled down.
Okay. We do have a prototype, but it's not the one we want. We are working on a better version.
You are working on a better version. You know, I told you about Dex technology. Look, if you see the very first prototype.
Then we should have brought it. I get what
Yes.
you mean. So we can, if you want to arrange a meeting, we can bring that prototype for you to see.
All right. As he said, this is more like a training session.
Training session, yeah.
So get those things, facts right, and then, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very What is the estimated market that you think? Who are your key customers? Who are you looking at selling it?
At the moment, we are focusing on NGOs, government institutions, then...
Government institutions?
Yeah.
Do you know how long it takes for government to buy something?
Yeah, that's our main focus is the NGOs.
Okay.
And generally, we have quite positive feedback from them.
Okay. What about private schools?
Private schools as well.
All right. Think about it. Broaden your scope.
The main goal is to leverage on... Sorry, since I'm cutting it off, but sorry. I'm very passionate about the project. So. The main goal is to leverage on the social media, like the NGO eyeballs we get on the project, to leverage on those things to pivot into the sustainable, like eco-friendly market. Those like real estate in Accra, those people,
okay.
Eco-conscious individuals.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, EcoFi.
Yes.
All right.
For Abula, and I am the co-founder and managing director at AgriVest Africa. 12.9 million people were affected by severe food insecurity in 2022. And hunger is soaring and spreading across West Africa. These were news from the UN. In 2022, I had the chance to visit the northern region of Ghana. And during that visit, one problem stood out to me. My co-founder happens to be a smallholder farmer as well in the northern region. Visiting his farm, I met this one woman who was seated, very sad. I approached her, asked her questions, and the problem is serious. We have these people in the northern region who have the skills, the knowledge to farm, but they don't have the right resources to produce the mass. Now you come here and then you see this news circulating around that 12.9 million people were affected by severe food insecurity. So then, as a software developer and as a UX developer, I sat down and said, what can we do about this problem? So that's how we developed our web platform that combines and brings investors onto our platform to support smallholder farmers. And through that, we've been able to build our product through social media advertisements, partnership with agricultural cooperatives. So we work with extension officers and the Ministry of Foods in the local settings. And our traction so far has been us training over 200 farmers in climate change and afforestation, and we've signed MOUs with 10 different districts in the northern region, and then we've provided fertilizers for farmers in the first year, and we are the proud winners of the African Business Challenge in 2023. The market size for agriculture is very huge. We are talking about 280 billion as the total addressable market, and then also 3.44 billion as the serviceable attainable market. And we are targeting just the northern region, and we are looking to tap into a 340 million market. Our business model revolves around shares, aggregating, e-commerce, and also off-taking. Our target markets are basically smallholder farmers, investors in the urban areas who do want to go into farming but do not have the time, aggregators, and the consumers. Currently, we are 4 in a group. My co-founder is an accountant, and as I mentioned earlier, I have my background in software development and currently an agribusiness student. Thank you.
Well done. I think that was good. So, just so I'm clear, because you spoke a lot, but I just want to be clear. What exactly are you solving for the farmers? What are you offering them?
Yes, we are providing them with the funds. So our web platform gives investors the opportunity to come onto the platform, invest in a crop, right? Okay. And then we use the money to buy. Mostly we don't advise giving the money to the farmers. So what we do is to provide them with what they need for the season. Okay. So I mentioned that one of our attractions was providing with fertilizers. So when the investors come onto the platform, select a crop that they want to invest in, we use the money to buy what the farmers need. So currently we are doing fertilizers for them.
Okay, and when you say investors to come and invest in a crop, do you know, what are the investors getting back?
Yes, so investors, let me just clarify in this context, is anybody in this room. So as low as 200, 300 cedis, you can invest in a farmer. And what you get in return is the money you put in, and also you get returns on your investment. So if you put, say, 200 cedis, you get a percentage return between 7% to 20% after the end of the season. Yeah.
Okay. I think you need to think about the model because you are borderline a financial institution. Yeah. Taking deposits, what you're taking, your investment is actually you're taking deposits from the public and giving them a return. Yeah. It's actually under a microfinance bank.
Yeah, it is.
You know, which is, it's a tough space to go into, right? I think how you could look at it is a subscription model from the public that's not an investment, but you get people who are interested in what you are trying to solve. So there are people who care about farmers, they care about this thing. And so they can be a community for you. There's probably thousands of them, and they will pay you every month just so that you showcase the problem that you're going to solve every month. So for example, there's 10 farmers in here. They're on your platform, and each month the money from the public is solving one of their problems. Does that make sense? And then you showcase it every month. This is what we did. So you clearly show people the work that you are doing, That way you are staying away from finance and you are focused on your mission. So I think you should.
Is that really like, do they get like a return, or is just them giving money to support a project?
Just giving you money.
Is it, I mean, we can, it's something we can still look into, but at the starting, we actually looked at that model, and it was quite like, okay, what am I getting if I'm putting my money into the space? So it's quite...
Research a platform called Kwanda. Okay. Kwanda. They're doing it very well. It's called Kwanda.
In Ghana?
No, they're in the UK for Ghana and Nigeria and other countries. People are paying a lot of money for them. Yeah, it's free money. Yeah. Check out how they're doing it. It's about the mission, it's about the marketing, it's about all of that stuff. But I think, just look into the model, because you're dangerously touching into a financial institution, and that can be hard.
Can't we do that? I mean...
Can't you do that?
Yeah.
You can, but the BOG is coming for you. But you can.
It is tough, but it's not impossible, so...
Yeah. I think to start a financial institution now, the minimum capital is like 2 million cedis, right? You can do it. You can get the 2 million cedis. You can. You have to find a way to start. And that's where the gray area is with the regulator, you know. But you can definitely do it. I'm not saying you can't do it. You can do it.
All right. Thank you very much. So what he's talking about, there are various sources of financing your business. Basically, that's what he's answering. So one way is those who invest and they get ROIs, right? So they will invest, and normally those people, they will always think about the treasury bill. What percentage is at the treasury bill? 20%. Why should I give you my 100,000, and if I can get 20% from treasury bill, why should I give it to you to go and give it to a farmer, which is risk, highly risky. So what is talking about, my organization, Dex Technology, so it's all about designing the financial pipelines. So currently we are collaborating with, I'll say, Kaufman Foundation, EKF Foundation. Now, EKF Foundation has rolled out a program called Adopt a School campaign. So basically they are raising funds for people to adopt schools so that we can give them our products, right? Yes, we have a product to sell, but you have a service to provide for the farmers. You have a way of giving fertilizers and picking that data and all those things. So designing the model in such a way that you can go beyond just the financing and thinking about how you can provide service to the farmers, but then using crowdfunding to do that, because it's about funding. So Adopt a School campaign that we are doing, people are funding it just because of the because of the branding that we have with Elsie Kaufman Foundation, because of the STEM advocacy. She's calling on people, individuals within various networks, and people are donating, and then that is helping us, sell science sets to the schools. And those people, what they're looking for is data. How many schools have you given the science sets to? How many have you impacted? What is happening? Some want recognition, some don't want to be even heard, right? So think about it in those frameworks.
Yeah, I will add, as a follow-on, I think if you are set on doing the investment thing, you might want to do both. You might want to start from the crowdfunding, raise your money, then go into the investment. And tell the people who are crowdfunding with you that the future, the next step, is they earn interest on the money. But
so
for
you'd
now,
rather we start from that angle?
Yeah, so you can start today.
Wouldn't that, I don't know, but it's coming off a place like an NGO kind of thing.
But
maybe we can talk.
Yeah, if you want to,
that.
I'll say something. If you want to start something, the vision may not look like how it is in your head on day one. It's going to pivot and it's going to grow, right? So it may start off and look like an NGO, but it can move into an actual company. The key is to solve the problem for your farmers and get money into the business so that you can go to the next stage, right? Or you can wait, not do anything, and beg people for money. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. The name of the organization is
AgriVest Africa.
AgriCare.
AgriVest.
AgriFest.
Yes.
Okay, AgriFest. Let's clap for her. I think you had your slides, but you couldn't show it, right? Don't worry. Now we've loaded the slides. The next organization. And to kickstart this thing, are you willing to collect 100 CDs as donation so that you can? Don't worry, that's just a joke. So the next company, okay, gentlemen, if you are a team, come with your team because it's very important for us to know those things.
Hello, please, good afternoon. My name is Huck, and this is Fred, my co-founder. We are the founders of Greenhouse. So the problem we are solving is with farmers connecting with customers. So farmers struggle to find customers for their produce, and then also customers to struggle to find quality produce from these farmers. So these farmers have limited market access, and then they also suffer from post-harvest losses. So that's where we come in. So Greenhouse is a mobile platform that would help solve this problem, and then here's how it works. So our platform, like I said earlier, is going to connect farmers and then customers. So by the platform, we put some measures in place. So we have the farmer onboarding, product browsing, online placement, and then you process your order, and the order gets delivered to you. But one thing too with us is quality matters. So once you sign up with us, we do a little bit of verification checks. We check whether you So we have some verification checks on board. We checked and verify whether you qualify for the market. For example, whether your products are of great quality, and then whether you also have enough room for expansion in case we bring in more orders. If we can't take orders from you, if you can't expand and produce to meet the market. Yeah, so I'll give it to my co-founder here to continue with.
So for our market size, the total market size, addressable market size in the country, if you are looking at the whole Ghana, agriculture sector is about 1.5 billion US dollars. And for now, we are targeting Ashanti region, but we will start servicing our produce to KNUST students. So we will go connect with farmers which are on campus and some farmers which are around the campus, and that will be around 1.1 million US dollars. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Good slides. I like it. It's quite easy to understand. So my first question is the platform, is it built already?
So we are in the course of building it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And have you spoken to farmers already? Yes. Do you think they will be able to use your platform?
For now, we have one farmer that we spoke to that are really interested in the farm. And then we also built a prototype, but that is just the onboarding screen, but we have the full prototype that we are currently building on.
How do you know the farmer will be able to use the product?
Yeah, for now, we try to do the onboarding for you. You come, you bring your goods. Let's say you have carrots, tomatoes, whatever. You come, you bring it to us. We sign you up, do the verification check, then we put it there on the platform.
Yeah.
And then we will communicate with you whether the number of orders received, the number of how your products are doing on the platform, and all of that.
Yeah, that will work at the beginning, which is great.
That's what will work at the beginning.
But for you to meet the target of your addressable market that you showed us, the farmers are going to have to be able to use it themselves.
Yeah, honestly, our focus is on large-scale farmers. farmers who can meet the market demands, farmers who can meet the numbers. So we are assuming, which I think is quite logical, that most of them will have access to these technologies. For example, if you're a large-scale farmer, you'll be able to use at least small technologies like this. And
yeah, I think you should still go out there with your prototype and record them clicking and using the product to see if they know how to use it. This is before it's even built. Are you using Figma?
Yeah, we are using Figma.
Yeah, use Figma, make it a prototype, press play, and let them click through it.
Okay.
Right? So you can see if they can actually use it before you waste time building it.
Yeah, in the next month, we plan on doing that. In the next month or two, we'll be rolling out and testing with them. But to be the first phase, the beta phase. We'll be rolling out the beta phase soon.
You could do that with Figma, right? Yeah, you could do that tomorrow.
We already have the Figma and everything. It's just that we haven't given it out to them.
Yeah,
for now, it's in-house, but it's complete design.
Okay, cool. Like next week, you should go and speak to them with the Figma. Don't wait till next month. Yeah? That's my first one. And the second question is, on the other side of this, who is the other customers? Who's going to buy this stuff?
All right, so for now, the first target is KNUST students and the lecturers, because we start with farmers who, on campus, they grow a lot of vegetables, and so when they come on board, students might need them, and they'll come on the platform to service.
Okay, so past the students, who is the customer? Is it shops? Is it people with shops?
Yeah, so when we want to expand it, we expand it to the shops, like the shops, not a shop, the people, possibly those doing food, like those cooking and selling foods, they might need some of this stuff. They can sign up on the platform for that. Yeah.
Okay. I think you should also go and speak to them now. Go and speak to people with shops, like now. You need as much information as possible. I think on paper it's a great idea, but this idea is an execution idea. Like you actually need to execute it. So I think you need to speak to actual customers, past the students. Who are the people in the shops that would actually place large orders, right? And speak to the farmers as much as possible and get as much information as possible. And the reason why I say that is the more information you have, the more accurate the product that you build is going to be. You don't want to waste time, 3 months, writing code for a platform that people don't want. Yeah? But on paper, the idea is perfect. Yeah? How are you going to make money, by the way?
We would start with a commission basis. So when someone buys a product from the farmer on our platform, there'll be a commission that goes to us.
Okay. So who do you think your focus is going to be on? When the platform is built, who do you think your focus would have to be on?
On their users, those who be buying here.
Yeah, both.
Okay.
And the next problem you're going to have, it's not a problem, is because it's a marketplace, do you want the farmers to come on first with nobody buying? Or do you want the people to come on first with no farmers? Question for you. Think about it.
All right. I was going to ask who was your focus? Is this the farmers or the customers? Because do I really need the farmers? Should I go to aggregators? Should I go to even the shops that are already selling is it the last mile customer, like the person who is purchasing from home? Or as you said, you're looking at the shops and all those other people. But in the long run, it's just about moving products from one end to the other, and your platform serving as the conduit for that. Sorry. Your platform serving as the conduit for that. The farmer's side of the story is good when you are selling it in terms of all that. But in the long run, the people who are going to pay for it, the customer end, is what you have to really be thinking about. So that if your system can even get a shop that has the product, right? That has the farm product. I'm extending it, I'm limiting it to farm products. So that a shop that has farm products, and then your students can want it. Just look for that chain, complete the chain, right? Complete the chain in terms of, so you may not even get the farmer. Anybody that has a product that needs to be sold, complete the chain. And right, thank you. All right, let's clap for them. the next team, your name, Greenhouse, when I heard it, I was like, you were the farmers, you know. So it's something that it got me thinking. Maybe you have to think about that as well.
We have come up with a product, the instant mashed kenke powder. So from studies, about 70% of urban dwellers are into street foods, and then the reason they go into street foods is convenience, and we can boldly say this, or we can confidently say this, due to how a product we all know as Kivo Gari is thriving on the market. So we have come up with instant mashed kenke, and regardless of the number, about 70% of urban dwellers going into convenience foods, there are still factors that we need to consider, the safety of the consumers, and so we are prioritizing the safety of the consumers, the food safety, and then convenience of the people. So studies in 2015 showed that in 16 places, and in the Accra metropolis and then the Tema metropolis, about 1 million to 10 million of colony-forming units of microbes were found in just a gram of kenke that they selected for their studies. And then this poses a risk on the human health. We also found a multimedia report, specifically Adum TV. They also showed a video where people were using their feet in the preparation of ice kenke. And so this also poses a risk on the consumers and also raises food safety issue concerns. And then the most common issue here is the process of getting mashed kenke. And then each and every one of us, we know the popular ice kenke. We always want to have it, but then the process of getting it without the blender is quite messy. And for high school students too, I wish I could get ice kenke in high school, but then I couldn't have it. So these are the reasons, or these are the current situations that we are facing. Now, why Kivo Gari? Why mashed kenke powder? Sorry. That should tell you how this thing is all over the place, yes. So why instant mashed kenke powder? One, we are considering the health of the people. We are prioritizing the health of the people. We are prioritizing the nutritional profile of the people. We are prioritizing the consumers. And then also convenience, and then cultural preservation, because we know once this product is out, it can go into the diaspora. People in the UK, in the US will get this product, and also the versatility. Once I have the base, I can add my garnot. For my gym bros, they can add their protein whey and whatever to it. Yes. And aside giving all of this, aside providing all these convenience, one byproduct that we get from our product is chaff from milling. And this chaff can be directed into animal feed, where we will supply to people in the poultry, and then, yes, for animal feed. So we are calling on stakeholders. We are calling on consumers who can invest. We are calling on food scientists, regulatory bodies to come on board and then join us in revolutionizing Ghanaian food, one instant mashed kebo at a time, and then also with financial investment for real material sourcing, for research and development in perfecting the product, which we have here, in production and processing, and also the market readiness. And we aim to expand from schools to the Ghanaian market and then into the diaspora. Thank you.
Put it there so people can see your product. Great pitch. Good idea. So I want to take you through a process, right? So you know that Kivo Gari is popular, right? People are buying Kivo Gari, so you know that the market is there. Can you go back to the beginning of your slide? So you started your pitch with the problem of hygiene and some of the stuff, right? Do you think the people who are buying Kivo Gari care about this? People who are currently buying Kivo Gari, do you think they care about these things? No?
Yes.
Yeah?
So, subconsciously, one may have the
the thought
Yeah,
there that
yeah.
I have to go for a food that's more hygienic, I have to go for food that's more safe for my health. And so regardless of me being hungry, I still have this subconsciously that, yes, I have to go for food that's more healthier, not even healthy, more hygienic
Absolutely.
for me, yes.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is because if you're going to position your whole company around this, and there's nothing wrong with it, this is very important things. Like your branding, your marketing, everything, you're going to be first telling the story about why the other garis are not safe and are not healthy, and that's a lot of energy, right, into your marketing.
So
Does that
this one is Kenke, that one is Gary.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, two different products.
I mean, the kenke.
Yeah.
You're going to be telling this story a lot. Like you're going to be trying to convince people that the other kenkes are unhealthy and your kenke is healthy. Right? That's how you're positioning your product. That's what is different.
And so
convenient.
And the convenience. What convenience?
So right now, yes, the
Yes.
convenience.
Absolutely. I think you need to do a little bit of work from a branding perspective and a storytelling perspective. You should still talk about this, but I don't think it should be your main thing that you talk about, right? The convenience alone is good.
Yes.
The fact that you are 3 women doing it, that's also good.
In a group of 11 people.
11 people do it.
Yes.
Are you all women?
No.
Okay, cool. So I think touch on different things in your brand, and also your last slide, I think when you were talking about investment, you need to be clear. How much do you want? Like, yeah, how much do you want? And then what percent, if, for example, you want $100,000, what percentage are you going to use on each of these things?
Okay.
Like, make it clear on the slide.
On the slide.
Yeah,
Can,
on the slide.
can I tell you now?
Yeah, you can tell me now, but if you sent this to me via email, I would have no idea how much you want.
Okay.
And I won't call you back.
So for right now, we are looking at 10,000 to 15,000 pounds, and then we will allocate 45% of that into the processing, and then the machines, and also a percentage of it into the market readiness, the branding, and then getting approval from regulatory bodies, and also a part of it will go into raw material sourcing, and then the rest into research and
You
development.
need more money.
Yeah.
That's not enough. Ask for more. The regulatory side alone is going to take your money. Is the FDA woman here?
Just let I think.
She's going to take your money. But yeah, amazing. I think definitely do it. And like, yeah, do it. Definitely. Like do it. You started, right?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Great. I think we got one guy there.
Good afternoon. So my name is Christian Adi. I'm a software developer on the team, Smart Green Tech Solutions.
Wait 1 second. Guys, the new pitch is on. Yeah? Yeah.
So my name is Christian Adi. I'm a software developer on the Green Tech Solutions team. And our product is to revolutionize farming in Ghana for smallholder farmers. So in Ghana, we have a size, the population of Ghana is about 30 million plus people, and 38% of them are smallholder farmers. And these people farm with little to no technology, and they have little to no technology, and then they also use water. The practices they use for irrigating their farms are not efficient. So the solution we are proposing is a smart irrigation system and a smart monitoring system for the farmers, where we are creating a system. It sits on the farm, it can monitor the soil, it can give them the pH, the water content of the soil, and then, should I switch over to you? So this was what I talked about. Over 30 million people, and 38% of them are farmers. They use labor-intensive practices with little to no technology and then poor water management practices. So our solution is a smart water management system. So it sits on the farm, and then it monitors the current situation of the farm, and then it can also irrigate the farm using drip irrigation. By using drip irrigation, it delivers to the plants exactly the amount of water they need, reducing wastage. And the whole system can be controlled by an app, so it can be controlled remotely as well. So this is an illustration of the system in place, connected to a pipe which is on the system. The whole system is solar powered, so once it is set up, you don't need to power it using any other systems. And this is also another illustration of it being powered by a water source, like a tank. And as I mentioned, the app, we have an app to control the system, so it can be controlled remotely. And our solution is affordable, costing less than 10,000 cedis for each installation. It's scalable, it's environmentally friendly, and it's efficient. And we are working on meeting SDGs 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9. This is our value proposition. The earth is being polluted, and so our solution is promoting environmental protection and more sustainable farming practices. For economic profitability, we are increasing the potential output of farmers, and the potential amount farmers can increase from $200 to $320 per acre farmed. And our impact is improved water management and then reduction in labor and user-friendly technologies as well. The stakeholders involved in our project are smallholder farmers. They are our primary stakeholders, and the secondary stakeholders are government programs, farmer cooperative unions, and then NGOs. The payment model we are using is installment plans, and the installment plans are arranged over seasons. So as you farm, for the season you farm, then you pay a bit of the cost until you pay all the cost. Currently, we are in the product launch phase, and we are done with the R&D and then the pilot programs. And after the launch, we are hoping to integrate AI-driven predictive farming features and then expand production to a bigger phase. Our key partners are KNUST, the College of Engineering, KNUST, KEEP, KNUST Engineering Education Project, the College of Engineering Innovation Center, and then the Responsible AI Lab. And then this is the team. So we'd like to say this is my team. That's the team lead, Christopher Naya, and then the co-team lead and co-founder, Nana Jukum. Inshra is our XR engineer and product designer. Derek is the 3D artist, and then there's me, the software engineer. Finally, we'd like to say that everyone should help us by joining the Green Impact and help us to promote sustainable farming in Ghana. Thank you.
Guys, he wants you to scan it. Scan it for him, please. Takes 2 seconds. Let's do it now. Let's scan it for him now. Yeah, serious. Yeah. Bro, tell them to scan it.
Please scan there.
I think it's amazing. I think it's good.
Thank you very much.
So I want to know, right? So is the solution just the app?
No. So there is a physical solution.
Right.
So
Is this? Is this?
that's the solution.
And you said it costs 10,000 cedis?
At most 10,000 cedis per installation.
So how much is it going to cost you to make it?
It's going to cost about 6,000, 7,000 cedis. That's for the average size of a farm. Most smallholder farmers are farming up to 7 acres of land.
Okay. And have you built one already?
Yes, we've built one on campus.
There's a real one of this?
Yeah, we've built one of this.
You should have taken the pictures of the real one and put it on the deck. This looks like you haven't started. Yeah, take pictures of the real thing and put it there.
Sure.
Yeah. Also, okay, interesting. So, how big do you think this can be? Because if it costs you 6,000 cities to make and 10,000 cities, and it costs 10,000 cities for the farmers, you're only making 4,000 cities, right? And you're a software engineer, so you know how much the servers cost.
Yeah.
So how do you plan to pay your server costs?
How do I plan to pay myself?
Yeah, your server bills.
So, as we are working with our stakeholders, the secondary stakeholders, which are the farmer cooperative unions, we can do mass installations for farmer cooperative unions. So maybe for a whole farming area, by having a collaboration with the union of that area, we can do a mass installation for all the farmers in that area, and then the installments can come in.
Do some maths. Worst case scenario, best case scenario. When can you break even on your server costs? Right?
Sure.
You started this presentation by saying that farmers are using little to no technology. Why?
Why?
Why are they using little to no technology?
I believe it's exposure, but the situation is rapidly changing. That is with mobile phones, but we still see that in the farming, in application of the farming, there's still little to no technology. And I think one of the things is also the cost. So most solutions are really expensive.
So my question is the same question I had to the other guys, is do you think the farmers will be able to use your app?
Yes.
Because the reason why I ask is not everything has to be an app.
Understandable. The design that we are using for our app is mostly based on colors. So, for example, if the maybe NPK, we know that the main nutrients in the soil are NPK. So if you are too low on NPK, it can give you, like, you open the app, you see a red telling you that for nitrogen you are low on it, and then it gives you potential fixes to solve the problem.
And how much money do you think you'll need?
How much money do you think we need?
Oh, you don't need money?
We need money.
You didn't put it in the slide?
Yeah.
So how much? Think about it.
Yeah.
Well done, though. It looks great.
Thank you.
Have you visited the Volta region before? Keta area?
No.
Know how they do their irrigation systems and stuff like that?
No, I
okay. Because they kind of have the technology is not on it, but is your product only for dry season?
No.
But you know where my question is coming from, right?
Yeah, because if it's a rainy season, it will water the soil. So it's not only for the rainy season, but it is something.
No, I was saying, is it only for the dry season?
Sorry.
Because it's for the rainy season, it is raining. So why should I fix this?
Okay, so there are two parts. There's the soil management system. So that's what reports to you on the progress of the current status of the soil, and then there's the irrigation side as well. So if the soil is irrigated properly, then the other parts won't need to kick in, but it is still constantly scanning and informing the farmer of what is going on the farm.
Right. Now, I see your team, and I see a lot of engineers. A lot of, all of you are from the engineering department, right? Who is taking the business development aspect? So one of you should become the business person on the team. Okay. You are an engineer. My CEO is an engineering, is from the engineering department. Okay. But he's the CEO of our company. When I say business, that means that who is going to help do the selling, who is going to help look at the management of the whole business, look at the purchasing of the raw materials, or everything that goes into making sure that the business runs, because the rest is the hardware part, right? So who go out doing the pitch and everything, you know, and then let me, which year are you in?
I'm in third year.
How many, all of you, are you all in third year?
No.
Is there any final year student?
Yes, there's a final.
Who is driving this whole idea?
Who is driving the idea?
The idea.
I don't get the question.
Let me share a classic case, right? We've seen a lot of businesses come out of campus, co-founders, group of people, really hard. We are all working and building and making sure that things happen. When we finish school, life really starts, right? And when life starts, people are pulled from various sides, right? And once people are being pulled from various sides, it depends on who is really driving and who is so passionate about this idea to still keep driving it. So whose idea was it?
So the idea was both of the co-founders, that's Chris and then Nanukia. They both came together and then they came up with the idea.
Okay. Have you registered it?
Yes, it has been registered.
You've registered the business?
Yeah, the business has been registered.
You've registered the business.
Yes.
How many people are on the business certificates?
2.
2 people?
Yeah.
Okay. Equal shareholding?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Assuming that one person starts to drag his or her feet, what will you do?
I think
that's a break. You see, I'm asking these hard questions because I've seen it over and over again. I have made that same mistake before, so I know what I'm talking about, right? I've seen it over and over. Now you want to register a new, assuming that the other person is dragging his or her feet, you want to register a new company. You know, all those things happen. So these are business politics, but you need to think about it.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Hello, and good afternoon to us all. So I'm Michael, and I'm here to present on Aquanyota. So many of the startups here has talked about producing something from a product from a fresh tomato or anything. But what we are missing out is we need water, and water is the backbone of agriculture. But water in this case, about 60% of our waters in Ghana here are gone bad, as at last year. And it's increasing every year due to galamsey, or as we term it, illegal mining. And 40% of the rural population lack access to drinking water because of this. Just recently, BBC did a whole documentary on how mothers are being affected by this polluted water, causing deformities for their babies and all. About 2,000 hectares is lost annually, meaning it's decreasing farming rates, and the food we are going to use to produce all this stuff are going to decrease every year. So the solution is this GWRS. This is the Galamsey Water Remediation System. It's solar powered. It's a multi-stage filtration, meaning it's made up of certain filtration processes. At one certain stage, the bacteria are removed. At another certain stage, dirt is removed. At another certain stage, mercury is removed. One thing about mercury-induced water is, what makes it dangerous is, you could actually be drinking this water, you don't know it's mercury-induced. People think the coloredness makes it polluted, but the color is from the dirt. So once the dirt is removed, you don't actually know whether there are metals like mercury inside the water you're drinking right now. That makes it more dangerous. But with this system, it just takes our pumps water from the polluted water and then it comes out as a purified, healthy drinking water for us all. With the target market, this is affecting 4 million people at the moment, only in Ghana here. And then Ghana alone spends 290 million trying to curb the mercury diseases in our health facilities, cleaning up the mess. This is about 4 years ago. They spent 290 million. That's when pollution was about 30-40%. It's now 60, close going to $1 billion now, just to curb what illegal mining is doing. And then with the sub-Saharan, the market for water remediation is 1 billion, only in the sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah, and with the revenue model, We're looking at product sales, maintenance services, and licensing of our innovation. We're looking at, with the pricing model, we are not still fit on how to sell the business because we are still refining our process with the professors on campus. Current solutions, just earlier this year, our water authority in Ghana here said they can't handle the amount of pollution in our water. Hence, it can't take care of that removal of the mercury, arsenic in it. They can't, because the system is done in such a way that it does mass filtration for us all. It can't handle mercury and all that. It can only remove the dirt. That's what they said to us. So, yeah, but ours is portable. It comes in a container size. So, you see containers around, our shipping containers. That's how it comes modular. So, because of that, it's scalable. And someone will have, how are we filtering this system? How are we filtering this water? It's not a new something we are bringing up. It's already scientific proven filtration methods that we are putting together. So there's a scientific method proving that you can remove dirt with this method, bioreactors. You can remove mercury with this method. You can remove arsenic. And we are putting it in a modular version inside this containerized so that, and it's solar powered. So it can be hosted in these rural communities to help them get access to safe drinking water. And also with the farmers, get access to water for their irrigation systems and produce healthier food, because it's killing about 10,000 hectares every year. This is our finance. We are looking at selling 10, and then when we get a funding, we are looking at close to $1 million for funding, for product development and scaling, marketing and outreach, partnership and distribution, and then reserve fund. And then also with the target market, you are looking at NGOs, the government body itself. We are looking at selling, maybe partnering with our water authority. Since they say they can't handle that aspect, we handle it for them. So looking at partnering with government agencies to deploy in rural areas. And then NGOs who has a cause for water remediation. This is my team. I'm a visionary leader with 3 years expertise in software development, and I also lead a sustainable focused business. Yep. And then we have an environmental scientist who takes care of our testing of the waters and remediation. And then we have a business strategist who takes care of our finance. And our mechanical engineer takes care of our card designs, backed with other professors from Obuasi and on campus here to help us refine our design. With the impact, when you give us funding, we are asking for $1 million in funding. We're going to directly impact 2 million Ghanaians if we pilot. As that, if you give us it to us now, by the end of the year, we get it done. By next year, just 10 sold out to the government to deploy. We are impacting 2 million people. We restore 2,000 hectares. One thing about the polluted water is these mercuries don't just stay in the water. They leak inside the soils, causing the restoration, the hectares being gone. We are looking at minus 70% reduce in our water bodies, reduce in mercury, and then creating jobs. Yeah, this is our contact. And you can follow us on LinkedIn and or as Aquanyota Technologies. So Nyota is a Swahili word for star. Yeah, and then aqua is water. So we're looking at being the beacon of hope in Africa and the world when it comes to water remediation. Thank you.
Well done. Looks good. Sounds good. So a few questions. So number one, who are your customers? Is it the NGOs?
Yes, the NGOs and the government bodies.
Okay. And the people who have these water issues, are they just in rural areas? Is that what you're saying? Or is everybody in Ghana?
It's everybody. This is water. It travels. But currently, those really getting the impact of it are rural areas. But most of our big waters in Ghana travels to our side over here. So it's coming.
I think it's good. I think about the execution and the strategy, right? Because for $10,000 to $20,000 per piece, and your customer is the government or the NGO, it's going to be long to sell one, right? They're so slow, right? However, if you looked at it in a different way, for example, in Accra, you know those people who sell the water in those bottles? They refill the bottles. What are they called? The filters. You know they filter the bottles. Maybe they're your customer as well, you know? Or another variation of the product is a retail product that maybe I put on my sink or something, and it does the same thing. It filters the water, because the aim is to bring out clean water, right? So I think maybe look at different variations of what this product could be. You could sell it to everybody. Anyone who owns a house can just put it onto their sink or whatever, and then it filters the water, or on their poly tank, and it filters the water. Maybe look at those type of things as well.
So we looked at that. So with Aquanyota, we are looking at being a long-term partner in water remediation. So we serve all these customers. But this particular system is based on demand from the government and what is happening now. But we're looking at this is like our flagship product. We're looking at being a long-term partner in water remediation. So the shower filtration, the camp filtration for the bottle, we're looking at all that later.
Put that into your deck. Because again, if you're asking somebody to give you $1 million, they need to know long term what the plan is, like what's going to happen long term. But right now, you're telling me to give you $1 million, and you're telling me you're going to sell your product for $10,000 to $20,000, and you're relying on the government. You know, the government's slow.
They're already spending about 109 million annually.
Yeah, there's the government. Yeah, but you need to look at, are they spending that money with private sector companies, or are they spending it amongst themselves?
On health facilities.
Yeah. But I think it's great. I think it's a good idea.
All right, thank you very much. Great idea. So that means that your product is a big product that serves a whole community, right? So KNUST, we have installed your system, and then it is purifying the water, it is getting the whatever impurities out, and then it's getting all of us clean water, right? Assuming KNUST is infested with galamsey, you know. And so that is the model. And you want an institution to buy that. Now, with that whole product, I want to know the filtering, the things that will do the filtering, right? The process. How big are those? You know, because you mentioned a container. So the container, the water comes into the container. The things that do the filtration, what are they? Walk us through the process.
Okay.
Yes.
So, for that, I think our mechanical engineer will handle that better. But it comes in 3 stages. So once the water is pumped in, the first stage removes dirt. The second stage removes the chemicals. The last stage removes the bacteria and then the scent.
So it's a big. Have you built it?
We are building it.
You are building it.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's scalable in such a way that it's a scientifically proven method. So I could demonstrate to you right now how mercury is being removed.
Yeah.
So you can build that particular method in large scale or in smaller scale, depending on what the system needs.
You know, because we do science education, right? One of our, class 4, right? In class 4, the students learn filtration. So we have some filtration systems built into their science sets so that they can do the filtration process and everything. So I get that. But the critical part of your filtration process is the mercury part, right? Is the mercury part. And you are going to use chemicals and stuff like that to remove the mercury, right? Because the mercury, it's chemicals that can remove it. Okay. And so at what point is the mercury coming in? At what point are those chemicals, at what point are those chemicals coming in to do the final filtering to remove the mercury?
That's the middle point, the second point.
Right.
Yeah.
How much is that chemical?
How much is needed?
The chemical that is going to help you do the
How much is needed to induce into the system?
How much does the chemical cost?
How much does it cost?
Yeah.
We did the research, and some could cost as less as $15 per, I think, gram or 100 grams or so.
Is it the same thing that Ghana Water uses?
I don't know of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. It's a great idea. Keep building. the only part that I will say is that the big part of it. Look at how rubber, polythene carriers, so that you can carry it to a place. They are doing a project. They can carry it to a place. They inflate it. The water comes in and it goes out. Do the purification. After that, you can fold it back and then roll it off. So think about those flexibilities as well.
I want to say, amazing. Notice the questions that he's being asked, and he doesn't know all the answers, and it's fine, right? Because the more you pitch to people and they ask you difficult questions, your job is now to go away, do the research, so that next time you pitch again, if somebody asks you these questions, you already know the answer, or you refine your deck so that these questions are already in the deck, so the next person doesn't even ask these questions. So it's important for you to keep pitching and keep refining your deck. So every time you pitch to somebody, go back and change the deck so that the next person has the most refined version of your deck. So you're getting closer to your money. Does that make sense?
All right, thank you. Let's start. Just a second. You're asking for 1 million. So what will the UKGC money? I mean, you will not. Will you? Because we are not. Shigis. Okay. Do you have the 1 million to give?
I don't know the price tag on it, but we go to subsequent challenges.
All right. Thank you. That's just by the way.
So guys, I think it looks like you're going to need 2 versions of your pitch deck. You're going to need a version for the challenge and a version for your business, right? So this challenge, I'm not sure how they're going to do it, but find out how much is being given in the challenge and what are you going to use that money on. I think the girls doing the Kenke, I think the challenge may get you your money, if that makes sense. But after the challenge, you're going to need more money, right? So you may need another version of your deck which shows what you will do with the challenge money and where it will take you.
Okay, so the farmers in the OT region are mostly into banana farming, and their product mostly face post-harvest losses, and it's as a result of them not having accessible market. And sometimes where their communities are, transporting it to the nearby community becomes a problem. So we identified this problem, and then we looked for a solution. So what we did is that we are producing the banana into banana flour. So we source these green bananas from the farmers directly, and then we bring it to our facility. Then we process it into green banana flour. And what this product can be used is that it is used to make baby foods, and then it's used for baking, it's used to make smoothies, it's used to make milkshakes. It can also use to prepare swallow. So that is what we have identified. And with our traction, where we have gotten to, we've been able to register our business. We have tested it with bakers and those who are interested in our product. We use it for porridge, we use it to make cakes and any other pastries. And then we are currently at the initial stage of SDA registration.
So far, we've been able to make some sales close to about 1,000 Ghana cedis through our community outreaches as well as exhibitions and all. And so we've also been able to register our business, and we are finalizing with FDA certification. And so with these products currently, with some investment, to be able to invest more into our equipment like the industrial dryers for the processing, and also how to get some big machines for the standard packages. So the product is available in 1 kg package, 5 kilogram bag, and also available 50 kilogram bag. Thank you.
Well done. So I think it's great. My only question, is just my lack of understanding, right, is you said that it can be used for baby food, bacon, flour, basically everything, right? How do I make baby food with this?
Okay, I think so. For See, for those who, a company like Nestle that makes cereals for those kind of baby foods, so they can use it as a component of their products because of the nutritional components of the flour.
So who are your customers?
Okay, our customers are generally the public, but also health-conscious individuals like those who don't consume gluten products, because the product is low in glycemic index, so even diabetic patients, these are like the best alternative for them, bakers and all.
Okay. I would have thought that your customer would have been other people who are doing their own products. That's what I would have thought.
Like a B2B?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Because as you were talking, I was imagining your product as different products.
Yes, in that line also.
And you just mentioned Nestle. So maybe
Yes.
you supply Nestle with this.
Yes.
Instead of going, I don't know, that's just my thinking.
Okay.
But I think it's great.
Thank you.
All right. Reducing post-harvest losses is very big, and so coming in with this is really, really cool. You mentioned the OT region. So where will your establishment be?
Okay. Currently, our facilities are the OT region because that's closer to the raw materials. So after we produce them, we bring it down here to Kumasi and also to Accra.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's great. So that you reduce the post-harvest losses there. The customers. Now, do you have any chemicals, preservations?
No, please.
So what is the shelf life of your product?
Actually, it has a shelf life of more than 6 months, but we are finalizing with scientific testing to be sure of the exact date, yes.
You said more than 6 months?
Yes, please.
Okay. You know, when you say shelf life more than 6 months,
so it's best,
that means
best
that it's
before.
best after 6 months.
Okay.
Or is it best before 6 months? Right, that's just so note that, right?
Yes, please.
You know, these are little communication. So within 6 months, it will. And then you said green, the dry ones.
Yes, please.
So not the ripe ones, not the.
Okay. The ripe ones, we are working on it because as we are doing market research, we realized people were more interested in for beverage or porridge. So we wanted to make one that would be like a mix. You just get it, everything is inside. You just prepare your porridge with it. Yeah.
What you just said is what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
Right? You said that when you spoke to people, they said they want to use it for porridge.
Yes.
As this is there now, you can't use this for porridge.
You can still use it.
How would I make it into porridge?
So with this, you need to add milk and other ingredients. Yes.
Sugar, and then it will make it into porridge.
Okay.
And the same for baby food.
Yes.
And then, yeah. I think you're B2B.
Okay.
I don't know, I think you're B2B.
I think the question he wanted to ask is, can I just put it in the porridge? No.
Actually,
for this one,
use
the
it to
green one.
prepare the porridge.
You use it to. So that was what he was trying to say. That okay, this one, it's not like an additive. You have the porridge already, and then you just add it to it.
Yeah, it's the main ingredient. Yeah.
But this one, you have to prepare it. So you need water and all those processes. But
Yes,
the
please.
ripe one, that I think he touched on was okay. This is ripe, ready to go, ready to eat, ready to move.
Yeah.
Right. So, but this one you have to go through a whole process before you eat. So somebody will say, what's the difference between this and plantain flour?
Yeah, so the reason why I'm saying it is because if you don't get it right, you will be explaining yourself to different people. You'll be explaining how to make porridge, how to make baby food, how to make bread, and it's long, you know? That's why I'm like, think about it. Because you'll be explaining, right? Yeah, you just need to focus on like who you can just sell it to, and then it's their problem. They go, you know, maybe B2B. Or you have multiple products that come from this, yeah, like a product range. So you have your baby food, you have your porridge, you have, maybe that could be the way forward as well.
Thank you.
So, and this is FarmFly. So FarmFly started as a challenge to actually build something, but then we decided to expand it into a business. And then the problems we are focusing on is the global waste of fertilizer. That is about 75 million tons of fertilizer is being wasted every year. And that causes a lot of pollution globally. The cost of fertilizers, especially locally, and then the cost of application, it's kind of like a burden on the farmers. then the cost of importation and the health risks that are associated with the fertilizer runoff and all of that. Yeah. And so FarmFly is basically three things. That is, we are trying to make spraying so automatic to the point where you don't even have to control the drone. The drone knows where it is going, what it is doing. It's a fully automated, autonomous system that's just working on its own, learning as it works. And yeah, it's aimed at efficiency, and it has an advantage when it comes to precision and then waste reduction. And then these are some of the SDG goals that we are focusing on. Zero hunger, because according to statistics and a whole lot, drone spraying is 60 times more effective than manual spraying. So we are so very much focused on that to solve hunger, to increase yield, to actually solve hunger. Clean water, because the drone spraying is going to be so precise to the point where it doesn't really affect, especially the farms that are closer to water bodies. So pollution is actually less, and also we are aiming at innovation. Yeah, so for the market potential, we know that globally for precision farming, in 2023, the global market was $9.7 billion. In Ghana, the agriculture market in 2020 currently is $3.49 billion, and it's projected to reach $3.98 billion by 2030. And this is just a part of our team. We are about 7 in number. And so it comes to the competitive advantage. We go with so we are targeting small-scale farmers because according to our research, we know that about 90% of farmers are small-scale farmers. But we are also focusing on the farmers that actually own the farms. And we are not actually selling a product, but we are selling a service. Because we know that, it's a drone. It's going to cost a lot more when you are buying it. So it's kind of like a deal with the farmers. We let you know the benefits that come with the spraying. We do the spraying for you, help you with the spraying. Then when the yield comes, we take a percentage of your yield and we sell it. And the advantage in that is related to the fact that most of these small-scale farmers, they work together. So we visited a lot of farms around campus and realized that most of them actually do some of these things together. So they come together. If it's one person's farm, they work on it. So then by reaching to one person, we can actually extend the reach to a whole lot of other farmers. And it's just going to, and every time we are going to go to the large-scale farmers and all of that. Yeah, and then we are just calling for partnership. Our total estimated cost for production and scaling is about $500,000 for everything. Not for one robot, to actually start for. We are currently working on a prototype. We have some of the materials needed. We are currently working on a 1-liter drone to actually start with everything. We've reached out to certain farmers to actually work with them when the drone is ready. And then depending on how things go, we try and we expand to maybe, let's say, a 20-liter drone, and we can actually take off from there.
Well done.
Thank you.
I've got a few questions. I think it's a good idea. So, did you say it costs $500K to do the prototype?
No, that's to actually start, the business.
$500,000?
Yes, to actually start, maybe produce let's say about 10, 15 drones.
How much is it to produce one?
To produce one, we are currently looking at around roughly $5,000 right now.
Okay, you need to get the numbers right. The numbers are not correct. Get the numbers right. So, question I have for you is, again, run me through how you're going to make money, because I think I heard you say something about crops.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we are targeting most of these small-scale farmers. And then to sell the drone to them is going to be, and most of them, per the interactions we've had with them, we realize that they are not really interested in the idea of saying, maybe let me pay money for you to do this for me, whilst I can actually do it for myself. So we came to the conclusion that we actually let them see the benefits, because as I said, the drone spraying has been proven to be 60 times more effective, especially when it comes to precision. So we let them see the benefits of it. So when their yield actually comes out, we know that, okay, and they actually see the benefits of it. We just talk to them beforehand, know that maybe you are taking maybe 10% of your yield, and we are going to sell that yield for what we gain.
So
gain
this is what you guys are telling me. But I think the idea is good. But this is what you're telling me. That you want $500,000 to give your drones to farmers for free, and then they'll give you their yield that you will then go and sell.
So the $500,000 is like basically where we start targeting the bigger companies and the large scale farmers.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this is what you're saying. You're saying give me $500,000 so that I can build a drone to give it to farmers for free, and I'll take their yield
to sell for revenue.
To sell again.
Yes, please.
Think about the model. Go and think about the model. It's not a good model. Right? It's long. You're asking for money to give it for free to take the farmer's yield, and then you go and sell it again. You don't see a problem with that?
Okay.
It's because of the small scale farmers we have in Ghana.
Yeah.
They are not ready to pay. Some of them, they are even they don't mind. They are not so intrigued about the technology. So getting them on board and then encouraging them. So when they see the yield, and that's how some of them actually work. So let's say if you have a thresher, you thresh for them and then you take the yield.
Go to your first slide, please. The first slide. No. The problem that the first...
Yeah, that's the problem.
Always. So is the problem not that they can't fertilize quick enough or more effective? That's not the problem.
No, it has to do with waste and efficiency.
Right. Okay. So if you're solving waste and efficiency and it's a big problem, why don't you offer the drone to them as a service? They'll pay for that, right?
Yes. It's also
they may not care about the drone, but you can do it for them.
It's also as a service and a product.
As a service. Yes. For cash.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you should do that. You need money. Oh?
Yes.
Yeah. Guys, the reason why I'm speaking to them this way is because when you have an idea, you need money. You need people to pay. And so you need to think about ways in which they're going to pay now. Right? If not, if you don't think about how you're going to make money, you're going to be raising money from investors for the rest of your life. And that is long. Right? You'll be begging forever. Right? So you need customers paying. Customers paying. Forget investment. Think of customers. When you get the customers, the investors will come. Yeah? It's a good idea. I just think you need to refine. The questions I'm asking you, any investor will ask you. Anyone will ask you these questions. They will even go deeper. Yeah? But I think it's a good idea.
Okay, I want to ask, are you a drone manufacturing company? Is that what you want to be? Is that what you are doing?
Yes, please.
You are a drone manufacturing company?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that you need about how much to build one drone? The first, you mentioned the prototype. How much are you looking for that specific drone? Yes. Roughly $5,000. So if somebody gives you the $5,000, you can build that one drone, and that one drone, you are going to now, I think the market part of it, I know what SATEC is doing, because SATEC, they are my friends. So they sell their machines to people who have cash, so then they can buy the thresher and then use it for the farmers, and so they're not doing it directly, or they are not servicing the farmers directly. I mean, SATEC is not servicing the farmers directly. They are selling to aggregators and those who provide services to farmers. Now, so those who also hire tractors, right? Is it tractor? they also do the same thing, right? So they rent the tractor to people. So if you're able to build your drone, right, with all the AI tools and everything, then you can get some of those people who serve as customers for you. So more or less divide the customer base into organizational customers, right? And then the individual farmers. That's if you want to provide the service directly to the farmers, then that's also something you have to think about. Great idea. I wish you all the best in building your drones. Validate that idea as much as possible. Apply for the Africa Prize. Apply for the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. They draw all these competitions every year. So to all the engineering and science guys, please, these things are there. Apply for them, right? At times they may not take you. If they take you, hooray, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Presenting renovation and renovation. Currently, the population of Ghana is 35.06 million, and it has a bread consumption volume of 164.1 thousand tons. And from this consumed bread on markets is mostly made with 100% refined wheat flour. And this refined wheat flour has a high glycemic index, which makes it unsuitable for diabetic patients, and the prices of bread has increased due to the importation tax on wheat flour. So therefore, there is a grain called, an ancient grain called fonio, and it's very rich in amino acids, minerals, and fiber. And this is underutilized due to lack of awareness of it, and it's mostly common in Tamale. And so therefore we decided to create a product called folio bread, where we substitute a portion of the wheat flour with full folio grains to reduce the glycemic index of the bread and make it and increase the nutrition. So that fonio flour, the fonio grain will be incorporating cysteine and methionine, which is essential amino acids. And it's also rich in folate, which is beneficial for women of the reproductive age, since it reduces neuratic defects in babies. And our product, why folio bread? By choosing folio bread, you'll be supporting sustainable farming, since our ingredients are locally sourced, and you'll be supporting agriculture and promoting finance, economy, because the fonio is mostly produced by women in Tamale, and this, you need a low. The fonio bread has currently it has a market of revenue of $1.14 billion, and is expected to grow by 8.4%. Therefore, our bread has a readily available market, making it a fast product that is legal. And therefore, we call on investors to help make Therefore, we call on investors to help us impact environment and health by supporting our locally sourced fonio bread. Thank you.
Well done, well done. I think it was a great pitch. And I think the name is amazing. I think it's great. Has anybody here heard of A1 bread? Yes. Everyone. Why is he the A1 bird? We marketed. What color is the bird? It's red.
My name is Sonia Gilbert, and then I'm with Pronova Limited Company. And with Pronova, we say healthy home, healthy planet. Gone were the days when our grandparents gathered us around fires with pills in them to drive away mosquitoes. And then malaria is actually a problem that is increasing. And then according to the Fortune Business Insight, it's estimated a global growth by 2032 around $11.1 billion. That is the estimation for mosquito coils alone by 2032. I would want to introduce you to, yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, please move on because we have only 10 minutes and 2 minutes is already gone. All right, questions will come. So.
I'll just ask you a question. What does it do?
So it's to kill mosquito coils and then other insects.
Okay, why is it different from the other mosquito coils?
Yes, so everything you see over here is natural. There's no synthetic chemical. So when you buy a pack of this, you are assured of an affordable product. With the regular mosquito coils we have on the market, the lowest is around 20 Ghana cedis. This is produced at a cost price of 10 Ghana cedis and sold as 15 Ghana cedis. Okay. So, and then we seek to produce 25,000 packs per year, calculating that our profit margin will be around 50% of the whole thing.
What else is different about this one than the other ones?
And then we have, it's fruity scented, so there's nothing of irritation. We have problems, people trying to use mosquito coils, they wake up with sore throat and then a lot of
How much
cough.
do you need?
So I need, with the whole invoices and then the company's fridge, a full company size would require $50,000 for a whole setup of company and everything. So land acquisition, building of our building, and then those stuff.
Have you sold any already?
Yes.
How many?
So we've sold a couple of, I don't have the data with me, but at my end, I've sold almost 2,000
nice.
of this.
Good. It's a great product. You don't need a slide. It's right there. It's different. We all know what a mosquito coil is, right? Your one is fruity. It's got different scents, and the cost is cheaper, and it stands up. What? Do the rest of them stand up? They don't. Yeah, you didn't say anything about it standing up. That's different.
Yes.
That's it. Done. Cool. Well done.
Thank you.
What is the binder? What is binding them together? Because what I see here is pineapple peels, orange peels, and lemon peels. So what is doing the binding?
So cassava starch.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much. All right.
Great. So I'm here to present AgriMake. AgriMake is just a solution to plastic waste by replacing the bags with plantain bags that use the fibers from plantains to create bags, disposable cups, and plates. So we all know that plastic waste is a plague in our country. If you go to the markets, you can see the very soils are just plagued with plastic rubbers, and that causes microplastics which harm human beings and at the same time cause a lot of environmental problems. So what we're going to do is that instead, we will we will sell it to food vendors, retailers as an alternative to those plastic bags. We use plantain fibers in the creation of those bags, and in so doing, they reduce their impact on the environment, and at the same time, they have a good business model where they use eco-friendly and sustainable items. So I'll give it over to my other friend so that he can explain the processes.
So for the processing, we source plantain stalks from the farmers, where we chop them into pieces. We dry them, then we boil them to take the cellulose content out. Then we cut them into papers where we make paper bags out of them. So the main idea is, in as much as the plantain fibers are chopped down in the farms, which are rotting down to become manures for the soil, we also want to replace the plastic bags with the paper bags made from the plantain fiber, so that it will equally add value to the soil and also reduce plastic waste in the environment. Yes, that's the whole idea.
Nice. So you are basically replacing plastic bags with paper bags made out of plantain. Yes. And are they cheaper?
They're cheaper,
How much cheaper?
and they're stronger. So
the cheaper and the stronger. How much
yes.
cheaper?
How much cheaper? They're about 50 per bag, one plastic bag. It should be about, if in pesos, 50 pesos cheaper.
Have you made any already?
Yes, we have made any.
How many?
Yes, we've made about, for one tree, you can make 20 to 30. It depends on the size.
How many have you made?
I have not made any. The actual team has made about 50 plus by now, and they've sold it locally.
Okay, so you made 50 bags already?
Yes.
Right. And have you sold them?
Yes, we've sold them, but we don't have samples. We are going to bring samples, but the rest of our team are gone.
That's cool.
So yes.
How big do you think this can be?
It's going to be big. So first, one thing, we don't need any import costs because we can solve it by ourselves. We have our own local way to make it, but eventually, with a grant of 60,000 CDs, just CDs, we can actually go and you get a machine as well as marketing so that we can actually start making it industrial. So 45,000 CDs for the machine, and then after the rest is for marketing and the rest.
So how did you produce it without the machine?
So the way that we produce without the machine is just we just go to plantain farms, get the harvested stalk, cut it down, chop it, then dry it. After drying, we cook it, and then sometimes you can add lye.
How long does that take?
It just takes a few hours to make about 30-something bags.
Without 60K, what are you going to do?
With the 60K, 45,000 for the machine.
Without it, what would you do?
Without it, we would just continue, but it will be slow. Because if we continue, to get the expected amount to buy the machine, it would take about, let's say, 4 months. 5 months.
Well done, man, well done. Good idea. So I'm just because of time.
Oh.
Great, amazing.
What I have here is private farms. And what's private farms is that we are into mushroom production. We do mushroom. We've been able to diversify our products. And right now, as a result of the perishability, mushroom at its raw state is going to perish within 3 to 4 days. And also, when it's being refrigerated, it's going to take 5 to 7 days to perish. This is a very huge problem that as a mushroom farmer, I am facing. But then, we're able to diversify. And right now, we are producing mushroom oatmeal cookies. And you know the cookies, look, the whole world, it is only in Ghana, and Ghana nowhere but Burma, Cambodia, State. That is where we are manufacturing these mushroom oatmeal cookies. We're able to make a lot of sales. We started producing these 3 products 2 years ago, and we made a lot of sales. Aside that, now let's imagine you and lady not having issue with your menstrual cramps. And looking at the inconsistencies in your menstrual cycle, our organic mushroom drink is there for you. Personally, I've been able to sell. I've been on the Osu streets, I've been in Burma County, I've sold everything. And by the grace of God, we've had good testimonies. People, students, and also ladies that are having menstrual problems.
What's it, Wayo? What's the name? Wayo, amazing. Bro, come here. So Wayo is producing mushrooms, and you've got multiple products. How many cookies have you sold?
We've sold more than 2,000, more than 5,000.
How much is a cookie?
A cookie goes for, we have the 10 balances for the last time, and also for the 4-in-1, it goes for 20 balances.
Are you on social media? Are you on social media?
We are working on that.
So how have you sold that so many?
We are in liaison with UTP and also GH1 and the others to promote our products for us, and also showbiz TV.
Okay, cool. I think it's great. Well done. All the best. I think it's good. Yeah. I've never heard of mushroom cookies before, ever. Have you? But he's not on social media. I don't know why. You don't need training. It's mushroom cookies, bro. Like, you need social media. Yeah?
All right, thank you very much. I think we need to go. They need to catch their flight, and so we need to go. There was one lady here. Sorry, I don't think. All right, you come. Shege. All right.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Doji Jennifer. I'm doing BS Agribusiness. Our project is on James Syria. We are into Syria. We buy maize from the farmers in my community. The problem that we identify in the community is that the farmers, they are hardworking people, after they have cultivated their maize, they don't have ready market for it. They don't have ready market for it. The middlemen, they will just come to the village and decide any price for the product. So this discourages majority of the youth to leave the community and then go to Accra. And then when they go to Accra too, they don't have a place over there to stay. It has generated a lot of problems to them. So as an agribusiness person, I have passion to stay in the service center. So I want to go into the cereal, buy the cereal from them. Then when I buy the cereal, we store the cereal and then sell it during the lean season. That's what we are doing. So we have started doing it. So in 2023, we started with 2,000 Ghana cedi. We purchased 200 bags, 200 bowls at a price of 10 cedi. Then we sell it at 15 cedi.
I'm gonna come in. Amazing. So you're selling cereal.
Cereal, maize.
Maize cereal.
Yes.
Is it one cereal? Is it only one flavor?
No, it's two, but right now, because of financial constraint, we are just concentrating on the maize for now.
Nice. And how many have you sold?
We bought 307 bags that we sold. Yes.
Nice.
But we sold it last week.
Nice.
Yeah. So right now we have the money that we have right now is 6,540. But right now we need an amount of 30,000 Ghana cedi to support the business.
Okay, nice. All right, guys, I think, well done, amazing, well done. I think the time is done, but I just want everybody to remember all the comments that we've given because it applies to everybody. And I just want you all to know that, hey, they're talking, it's cool, it's fine. Yeah, have I got everybody? I just want you to know that this pitching thing is so important. It's so important. You're going to be pitching as entrepreneurs all the time. You'll be pitching to new employees, you'll be pitching to investors, you'll be pitching to your customers, and so it's very important that you understand what you are talking about. Stop chewing and pouring. No chew and pour. Like, understand your business so that when people are asking you questions, you can get out there. I heard some of you laughing when people said $50,000, $20,000, $30,000. You guys need to think big. You need to ask for more money. The money is out there for you if you pitch well, right? No money is too big. So don't laugh at those figures. You can actually get those figures easily. And I've seen some amazing products here. They ask for only $10,000. They need $100,000. Yeah? So just keep going, well done, and I hope I see you guys again one day.
All right, the lecturers supporting these students, congratulations. We really, food science department and the rest. James.
Thank you very much, Maulik. Thank you, Julian. A louder round of applause. They've done very well.
name is Richmond Acheyu Jama, a second year student reading agricultural biotechnology here in Key University, and also an SRC aspirant. I came in here to learn about business readiness, and when I came, the experience is fantastic because we learned live pitches. In my whole life, I didn't know how pitches were done, so I sat in here and I experienced firsthand how it's done, and then how to prepare myself for the business world. And then one thing that stands out the most is when Julian said we should prepare ourselves outside the school curriculum and then what our teachers are teaching us, because outside the world or outside the school system, there are a whole lot of things that we don't know. And then we preparing ourselves in that regard will make us stand out when we get to the business world. So that's my experience. Thank you so much.
Okay, so my name is Jedediah Wagba. I'm a level 100 chemical engineering student from the Faculty of Mechanical and Chemical Engineering. So I came here based on an invitation promptu just yesterday. They said I should come try the pitching out. I didn't hear about it, I was not prepared, but I thought maybe I should give it a try. So I did. I came, it was fun. The whole session was very good. I met a few people, got a few contacts, and really learned a lot about the field of agribusiness. As someone who's a chemical engineer, I know that I will not necessarily do things that are agribusiness related, but personally, I'm very interested in those things. When I did my pitch, it was a bit rushed because I didn't have much time, but I'm still glad I managed to muster up the courage to do it. So overall, a very good experience and good breakfast. It was a lovely 2 pies, a pie and a biscuit, plus a bit of coffee. It was very fun. So yeah, it was a lovely experience, and I can't wait for the next one. Yeah.
My name is John Gusiberidu, a TA from the Department of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering, and I had the opportunity to come to this innovative program. In fact, I learned a lot. I really learned a lot, and I'm going to start my own business from here, right from here. And I'm hoping that after I start this business with this innovative idea, I'm going to the world globally. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Mercy Boakye, a teaching assistant in the Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering. And from the program, I learned about how important it is to commercialize your innovative idea. You don't just have an innovation in your mind, but then you take steps to commercialize your product.
Hi, my name is Akusie Dubie Japon, teaching and research assistant of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering. So from today's program, I've learned that having an idea doesn't mean it should sit just in your head, but you could actually pitch it out and also get funding in order to also start your business. Because as of youth of today, completing school, we didn't even know that you could actually start a business on your own. We are all waiting for the government to employ us. But from today's lecture, we've all known that we can also start something on our own and then benefit as the youth of this country.
My name is Steve Losnakon, a teaching and research assistant from the Department of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering. Today, I really enjoyed the masterclass that actually focused on the investor readiness, where we met the Fidelity Bank and they walked us through the experiences we need, how to acquire investors and also attract investors. I would like to use this opportunity to also reach out to people that if in case they can support young talents like us. I am coming from the JESO project where we are trying to solve the post-harvest issue at Akumadan, and right now we need funds. So we are preaching out that anybody who can actually support and also invest should come on board, then support us. Thank you, UKGCC.
My name is Beniana John Akwete, a national service personnel from the Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering, and I am here to present actually on our upcoming project, which is going into farming, producing raw material, but having our land registered, 500 acres of land registered in Kintapo North. But today I came in to learn about how to link with investors, that is ready investors, people that they wanted to go invest into you more when you are ready or you have registered your business. So actually we registered the land, but the business itself is now about to be registered, and then we kickstart with it. And we are looking for funding or people that we have partnership with. So if we have the investors on board, we can kickstart the business. And what we are saying is we are inviting all people that they think they are interested to have table-to-table discussion with us and to know more about what we are supposed to produce and what we are going into. And then we are drawing them closer to us, and they can invest. They will never regret investing in us because we have already done the research aspect of it, and we know what exactly we are going into. Thank you.
My name is Emmanuel Kwete Aitiatiapa, fourth year civil engineering student and EDOBB KNSU president. We got an invitation to come here based on the recommendation of our faculty advisors who happen to be a panelist during a panel discussion, Professor Joseph Oponako. I think I was very, I learned a lot from the panel discussion and from the pitching that happened. From the panel discussion, I learned that ideas are not enough, but there's a process by which you need to go through to make your ideas a reality. And I think from the pitching too, I learned that investors need to see the final product, and we are trying to sell to customers. So even if you have the idea, try and finalize it to a final product that you can sell to customers and that investors can be able to buy from. So once again, this was a very impactful program for me. Thank you.